Hello, I am Ronan Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. Hello, little Magnus. Hey, I've been to West Virginia. Be glad you live this side of the culture warp, pal. Remember when Dennis Miller was funny? A little bit? Like a little bit. Like he was esoteric, his big brain, a bunch of college, he just went down a college reading list references, but I mean, you know, black and white, it's still pretty good. Remember that? Remember? Welcome to Kerbal Space Program is the other end of that sort of a thing. So yes, we're back in Kerbal. We're always in Kerbal. Why do I say it? Because it's here on screen. There's a lot of reasons not to say it. Well, I got to fill time somehow. Welcome to Kerbal Space Program. We're gonna do a little jig on the moon. So, it's a Sunday around here, I believe. I'm a few minutes late. I got absorbed into a writing project that I could read for you about Zen. No? No. All right. Well, then, we're heading back to our creative build day, because that's what we're supposed to be doing on the Sundays here, and what we've been creatively building to date, and that has gone across, this will be the fourth, I believe, stream. Part 2, Part 2.1, Part 2.2, this is Part 2.3, that's 4. We're coders, we count starting from 0. What we have been building, where have we been building? We've been building it in the spaceplane hangar, is the Mystery Science Theater 3000, as Little Magnets shows us there in chat, the balls of death, the satellite of love, I mean. It's not, it's the balls are crucial, definitely. But what we've been building is that it? The Mark 11? We've gone through a lot of marks getting here. Getting here. Oh, goodness, yes, there's those balls, all right. Is this the right balls, though? Because you definitely want to know whose balls and whether or not they're the correct ones that you're interacting with. It seems to be the correct set of balls. Let me just step into the shaft here and just have a look-see. Really what I need to do is flip around the shaft and then maybe zoom in. Alright, well, maybe lower, zoom in, walk down the shaft, and make sure that we're all attaching via docking ports and things, which is what appears to be happening. And we've got struts all along the mulberry bush, something, and it's weasel. Something along those, you know, just those children's nursery rhymes make so much goddamn sense. The Mystery Science Theater Satellite of Love, ladies and gentlemen, as seen here. As seen, yes. As seen here, huh? Yes, which was the ship upon which the Mystery Science Theateries took place on, where did they start? It was Sci-Fi Channel for a lot of it, but did you have a stint on Comedy Central as well? Where the hell did MST3K get started? Was it just the Sci-Fi Channel? I don't know. But a brilliant little show in the style of a lot of sort of public access-y kind of things. They weren't really public access, like the amount of production quality that went into each show, but it was like, it was raw, it was real, it had that early MTV feel of being very well produced, but on such a tight budget and with such a mind for just the granularity, the texture of it, without a concern for, you know, shellacking it, you know, like there was a realness to it, there was an edge, and it was quite lovely. In fact, the purveyors of Mystery Science Theater 3000 have carried on with rifftracks.com, where they still do a lot of the MST3K old stuff is available there for download directly, but they've also continued on doing riffs on modern films, where you can download just the riffs and play them alongside the, you know, feature-length modern production films that they couldn't possibly, like, license at a reasonable fee in order to, so you get your DVD out, or wherever, you know, Netflix, Amazon, whatever you're watching it on, you get it there, and then you get the riff track going, and you sync it up at the beginning, and then you've got basically Mystery Science Theater 3000, but for, like, modern films, the Harry Potter franchise, Terminator, stuff they couldn't do on the show because the show was buying the licenses to old, funny material, you know, old B movies, making fun of them on the cheap. And so actually, last night, and this is unusual. I mean, maybe inspired by the fact that we decided to do this. That this was the first thing that came to mind when I was like, "What am I gonna build? Let's build this." But last night, Lady Pawn and I purchased from rifftracks.com the Face Off, Face/Off riff track, and so we watched Face Off with the boys Mike and Bill and. Is it Bill? Is it Bob? I don't know anybody's name. The crew of Riff Tracks making their guffaws over the top of the film. What's next for the creative builds? We never. There is no next. We live in the now, so that I don't have to think about what's next. Because I don't want. Isn't there a new Face Off film to make? Is there? Is there? Lady Pawn is quite the fan of Face Off. She enjoys it quite a bit. I don't know how much she thinks that it's silly or that she just really appreciates the silliness of it, but I think a lot of it, she's just like, this is just good movie making. Look at all the glass that's shed. She loves breaking glass. And she loves Arnold Schwarzenegger because he set a number of records for breaking glass in movies. And they're those films. You read something about it yesterday? A new Face-Off. There's a bunch of references in the riff track thing about like the next Face-Off, which is like just when there's feet on screen or something, and advertising the sequel Toes Off or something like that. I don't know, silly stuff. A lot of riff tracks is just these puns, but they're delivered so self-awarely that they're not cringe. They're just funny. But yeah, that was last night. And I quite recommend it. Where do you get the riff tracks from? It's rifftracks.com. rifftracks.com. Riff track. It's time for riff tracks. Riff tracks. Get an account, buy some things, and then you just go to the site and click on it, and like right there in the browser, you can like play the MP3 if you're watching it on the computer. Or they do have an app for the phone that I've never tried because I don't really want to listen to the riff tracks, to their nice quality vocal audio over a phone speaker. But the app is supposed to actually sync automatically with the movie. You start the movie up, you start the app up, and it's looking for sounds and figures out, where to be, and then keeps it, in line with what you're watching as it goes. So it sounds very convenient. I just don't want... I don't want to listen to any audio over a phone quality speaker while I'm watching a movie. But okay, have I burned enough time just chatting about, what I did yesterday? What did you guys do yesterday? No, so let's burn some more time. Hello, Vulcan Rider. Yeah. So it's time to start greebling this thing up. I'll tell you, the one thing that we haven't dealt with here is that cavity betwixt the twain. That is filled in the reference photos here by, like some kind of ductwork, some kind of cylindrical ductwork. And we, on our first, models where we were just sort of sketching it out without thinking about how it might go together, how it would assemble, and whether or not it would be structurally stable, or that it could be assembled in space. In those first models, we did come to some nice places. If I could go back to one of them there, nice places, looks like you might still... Let's go to the Mark V and see what we had there. Yeah, no, nothing. Okay, so not the Mark V. Mark V was either early or late. Maybe the Mark IV. I think maybe if we go back... Nope, it's going to be forward pawn. Okay, yeah, no, I know. I'm not just... How is there a bug? It's winter. It's been very warm the past few days. Mark 6, Mark 7, Mark 8. Let's look at the Mark 10 has to be way too far ahead. Mark 6. Surely. There you are. So this was, I think, what I settled on in terms of looking good and not being too big but not being too small. Very hard gap to fill. Problem with that is that in order to get this appearance, you may note that our balls were a lot more squeezed. They were a lot more squeezed together, just a little bit like there's, if we went inside of our balls and had a look, you can see that there's this cool looking little lip back and forth thing going on there. And in the construction that we have going in the modern build, we've actually just leveled everything off because it made more sense for the structuralness and the assembly of it to do that, which means that those parts aren't going to fill that gap anymore. You see immediately how that is. And then when we go inside, I've even given a floor to either side of it here. I mean, it's a ceiling up here, it's a floor down there kind of a thing, but yeah. So filling that gap, it's a much larger gap than it was before, and it's not going to be exactly what I had hoped because of that, unless we were able to, like, merge these things together. These are now, like, one piece in the ultimate design. I don't think I want to go down that road. I think I want to stick with the structure that we've got here, and I did promise in so many places on Twitter and everywhere else that we would actually be greebling this damn thing today, without realizing that we do have this one last, like, structural issue to attend to, just this basic form kind of a thing. I was tear-assing around trying to get the hang of circularizing orbits. That's what I did yesterday. Oh, well, I hope you had a good time. What did you learn? Tell them, how do I do it? So, we have some options. Here's the thing. We could go to, it's not payload, but it's structural, I believe, and the smallest structural tube we've looked at before. Oh my god, look at all those attachment points. If we had to, you know, do like this, it would fill the space, apparently with just one right down the middle. Yeah, it looks like it would fill it without even, like, having to penetrate either of the models kind of a thing. It's gonna be a bit bigger than it really ought to be, and I hate that for the, you know, how much work we've put into trying to keep the design close, but I think it's where we're gonna go. So then the question would be, where and how do it attach? Which also brings me to another, you know, issue that haven't addressed really. We've got little magnets resubscribing in chat after 22 months on a 19-month streak, and extra inches to go with those balls, and a tier 2 subscription as well. Thank you, little magnets. Yes, welcome back to the Big Dick Club. 22 months. So where it attaches is a question, and one of the other things that we haven't addressed is we go inside here and we see that, I think it was King Akira who came in and said, so are they going to be able to get in and out of the balls? Like once they're on board kind of a deal? And I went, oh, no, they're not. So we ended up putting in these inflatable airlocks that will allow them, we can transfer them into the airlock and then they can exit, hopefully, one side or the other. We should probably test that. But, yeah, so we've got inflatable airlocks working for us now, but we don't have any way onto the craft. Now, there's a lot of opportunities in greebling for exterior docking port, which I guess is the main thing. But it would also be kind of neat if we had a dedicated, like, access point where you didn't have to have a ship parked up to it in order to get out of it. Lots of sibilance here. Yeah. And I don't know where that's going to go. I mean, if we look at the reference photos, maybe we can figure out, like, somewhere that we do a thing like that. And then the question is also, what piece would we do it with? The inflatable airlocks work pretty good for what we're doing already. But, you know, on the interiors, exterior-wise, something that comes out and then you could come and go from it. I don't know if that, like, what's that? That looks very small if we were to go with that. What have we got in these, like, other reference photos? Let's look at this. You know, I mean, there is, like, this little domey nubbin knob kind of a thing. That could be our entrance exit point for the craft. Look at it from this angle, and that's, nope. It's not really showing me anything that I need to see. You from this angle again, little nubbin there. So maybe we decide that nubbin is going to be an inflatable airlock, and then the question is, do it fit? I look at a 3D model that somebody worked up. I don't look to necessarily have the nubbin on that 3D model. Over here, again, looking at and seeing that there is some kind of little nubbin. What about you? There's a nubbin. I wonder if that plate is a solar panel kind of a thing there. Let's look at that, because we should have, but the problem with that, with putting nubbin there, is that this is like a primary connection point for the two things to be able to potentially link together in space. So if we had something that penetrates from the middle of this, which is where it seems to in the model, that's not going to be good. That's not going to work out for us in any of the runs, long or short. And the reason that I bring that up while I'm thinking about this is because it might be a place to tuck an entrance or exit somewhere in here. But I'll tell you, I've been trying to stay pretty honest to the original build here, and the original build certainly in no... Ooh, what's that? Oh, that's a pretty. That's a pretty. In no way have we seen something that interrupts the, ductwork greeble there as an entrance or exit. So maybe I just focus entirely on getting this in there, and then we'll address that later. But that does still leave us the question, how? How? So we could... We look back at this, and we see that it comes straight up and into there. We could... Oh, goodness. We could make it so that there's like a docking port scenario back here. So that would require one part to be embedded to there and then come out and be a docking port. Because these balls all come up in one solid chunk. And then we attach these bits together. Ooh, you can see the seam there. Well, what are you going to do? Maybe when they link together properly, you won't see the seam. Probably they will. You will, but we'll get back to that. We got to focus on what we focus on while we're focusing on it. So where would we have a connection point? There might just be right in here, because we got that flat floor. That flat floor might be occupied, though. Holding Alt down and just mousing over along the side of that. If there's not... Yeah, that's kind of the spot that we want. But I'll tell you what do you tell me? I could occupy another one right there. That's the one I wanted. How did I get it there? How did I get... There's just too many goddamn nodes. I'll be glad when we've switched over to the greebling part. Where it's all surface mount stuff. So like that. Yeah. And then I've got it attached there. With some snapping, we turn it down to a 90. And then we'll... I'm happy to... Ooh, wow, you are jumping all over the place, and that is absolute snapping. Okay, so it looks like you want to be there, and you're probably half and halved. And so if from there I then manually something that... And then we could put a cap on the other side of it. Can we, though? Because we've consumed that node. Yeah. That's the thing. And these things aren't... They can't be with the snapped and the... They can't be surface mount attached, can they? Can they not? Give me you. No, they need a node, which means one of the nodes is always going to be consumed. Can still make that work. In fact, the way that you would make that work... It's no significant problem, is it? If I go to aerodynamics and I grab out one of you... You'll still attach there for reasons. Why will you attach there? Have I not used that node? Have I used another? Is there an interior and an exterior node? Well, it works anyway, don't question it, Pawn. So if I did like that... On either side you get, yeah, that's a nice, is what that is. And then you could come out further if I needed you to. But I don't think I'll need you to once I put on a standard, good old average size Clampetron docking port. Yeah, that's okay, except for it looks higher on one side than the other. Don't it, though? I'm going to switch back to absolute, and I'm going to do this, and it's going to mess everything up. I know. Because it's just too far off the center? If I hold down shift and move it. That looks center. And I look at it from the exterior, and it looks not center. Is it one of these things that I'm just going to have to eyeball, like I've been eyeballing like a lot? I think we've been good about not eyeballing anything that doesn't need it. Okay. I've got some lines that I can follow to have an idea of when I'm good and centered. That seems pretty dang close. Pretty dang close. That's a whole lot of love in that satellite, isn't it, though? It's a satellite of love, even. Ah. Pull you off, flip you over. Alright, well, let's explore. Let's see. If we go back to our structural parts, we are sorted by mass. I get my TD12 structural tube back out, put you on the end of there, and then make you as long as you could possibly be. Uh-huh. And then my main thing would be... What's your main thing? Hey, shut up, don't be mean. If I did that, and then I pulled you in, can I make it so that when these things join up, it disappears? Now the problem with that, Mr. Pawn, is that there's not going to be clearance for the next one. Clearance. There would be clearance enough to do it like that. If you... Well, let's look at this. If I held shift and pulled it out more. We start to see that bit. But that makes it so that I could grab this and embed from this side as well. And just try and make it so that they'd still be able to touch and whatnot, but that we don't have to see that there's a break going on there. So then from you, take a copy, attach again. How far are we in? Almost halfway. But not quite halfway. And the idea would be that this gets done on both sides. Which actually, does that mean that you... Can I? Like if I were to... I won't rip it off because we already got it in position, but if I make a copy of it... and then with some kind of snapping mode... the problem is that where you attached it originally was something there. Now that doesn't exist really. Oh god, you've gone to like your own snapping ideas. Because there's 6-side snapping going on there. I see that there's a position in here, potentially. I could turn it down, but importantly, it's not with the... Yeah, it won't do it on both sides, Spawn. So you're going to have to do this manually. Okay, then. So... These both break into chunks. You know, the other idea here would be to make these part of... it's going to mess up the construction, but to make these part of like one of these sections, you know? So it would be, this one would be on that one, and then that one would be on this one, and then Bob's your uncle kind of a thing. And then when we went to assemble them, they'd just be there and they could snap on, and we wouldn't need necessarily extra docking ports. No, don't kill Pawn. As this is going to be hard to position in place betwixt those twain if it's not done like that, actually, Mr. Pawn. Like, look at how tight that is. That's tight, is what it is. That's so tight that it's tight. You have to get those in place first, and then get the others wrapped around them, and then you're squeezing, and then Kraken comes in and explodes everything, and then we're all dead. So many considerations. So few answers. Because I don't have any. I'm going to put you there, and then just see if we go down to the smallest variant. Okay, if we go down to the second. Is that where they link together? It's a little bit not, it's too much, not enough. Too much and not enough. It's too much is what it is. It's too much. It's too much. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So, if I grab from you, because that's where we're attached, and without snapping, like if I'm going to try and line this up, and then I know the problem's going to be with the docking port, but we gotta move things around and look and whatnot. Gotta get there. I'm out here. Move it in a touch more. Uh-huh. That gets it about in line. And then with that docking port that we put on in here, like I need to get a hold of it and rip it off. If I can reach in there and touch the docking port betwixt the twain, I can't, so I'm gonna have to Shania twain. I mean, I'm gonna have to reach in here, grab from there, and yank you off. And then what are you gonna do, Paul? Nothing. I didn't say. It's your dirty mind, is what it is. That's the right place. It's a little bit embedded in a way that's not great for us in the long run. If I move that, then I have to move the other. That sort of a thing. Damn. I'm just trying to think of how this would actually end up coming together, and not loving what I'm seeing here. Let me get you a little bit closer, because I feel like you're still one side heavy. I want to be direct ass middle. Direct middle ass. 1 pixel, please. Nope. Yeah. I think another 1 pixel up. No. That's the spot right there, friend. And then you see how close that is in there. I think we've got to bring this out a touch. Get it truly flat. Or even a little bit over. Just to make sure that they would link together. And then I'm looking at it and saying, well, the problem would be that you can't penetrate, this would not get into there. That's the problem, is that this piece that I've got in green right now, it, you know, is embedded there. So if this tried to get up there, it would be embedded, and it won't do that. It will not push into there, which is why we have to have it come out, which means that if we want it to be able to line up, then I need to make it twice as long. And then you're still attached where we need you. And then I do like that. And then I come back to a single guy. Now, I stay out at a two boy. And then can I re-embed it, or are we just ending up at the same place? I'm going around in circles with that. I don't know. Find out. I think that's actually working out for us. Yeah, you're a little long still, and then, no, I think you're ending up at the same place, because that's how maths work, you silly boy. Yeah, where it's a little bit long on one end. Do these... I mean, it's not a given that they're all... they're all divisions of one another. They are. Son of a biscuit, Mother Teresa. If that's the important joining point. I mean, how would you get the last one into place? If I slide this in, I guess it would have to be slid in before one of the corridors goes up. So we'd have one of the balls, one of the corridors gets aligned, and then maybe this gets put on, and then, and then you could have it in 2 pieces, and then that one comes along and snaps onto this end as well. and then that goes on, and then the other pair of balls attach last, so that they'd be grabbing 3 docking ports at once if the alignment were correct. We still got this issue of trying to make this line up in center without losing the ability for these to actually, like, link on this side, which means that this has to come out more. It just has to, Mr. Pawn. I know you're trying to avoid that, but it's actually okay. Oh, good. I'm glad. Why is it okay? Because these other points do the same thing. So I'm gonna... What are you gonna do? I'm gonna try and rip you off again. What have I got in my hand? You? Yes, that's what I wanted. Zoom out. Drop you there. See, this actually comes all the way out to here. So... if I leave you as a 2-banger like that... Oh, shit. Did not mean to do that. Put it back, please, and don't fuck up everything else. Control Z has been pressed. There we go. It's a big craft is the thing. It's already big, and we're making it bigger. And adding parts count. And weight. Oh, goodness. So then I'll hold shift, and I'll drag you out to, like if we wanted it to get all the way to there. Well, now, isn't that a premise right there? Ain't that a kick in the pants or something like that? If I could have you... What if it wasn't this on the end of it? What if it was the other one? Not you, but... Not you, because you're too big. Wait, there's another guy who's pointier. But you're not this one, right? Because that's too big? No, that's the right size. Okay, so... let's explore that. So if you're not there, but you're there instead, put you on. And then interior-wise, we've got that penetrating through. Not loving it. Not hating it, not loving it. Yeah, no. I don't think I prefer the nose cone turned a color. But again, we want that to line up there. So if I just focus on lining that up where it would need to line up, I end up with, like, you more or less on that line. Still feeling not great about how embedded that is, so if I bring it out by just a touch more, another pixel or so, yeah, that feels better. And then, where do you go? You penetrate ever so slightly. We can hide that if we care, and we probably will, because I do, with interior greebling. But then you would go back on here. And I'm just curious, I'll pull you back, see what's what. If we can't get this real tight without making it so that they wouldn't be able to grab one another. That's about it. A little bit of a gap there, but, you know, you gotta have a gap somewhere is what I'm telling myself currently, anyway. And where does that line up? Why, that's the dead not middle, is what that isn't. Bring you back to there, though. That's the not dead middle either, but it's real damn close to it. Real damn close to it. Yeah. So I want that to definitely be where it is. If I merged you in just a little bit. Don't want to get texture tearing going. Yeah, that's some texture tearing going, is what that is. Alright, just pull it off. Pick it back up. You see how it just hangs over just a bit too much. There's that little gap there. Again, you gotta live with some things. It's very hard to see. And that does follow, you know, there's a bit of a dive. I don't know if there's a bit of a dive at all. But I definitely want that docking port to line up there. Do you, though? Because when these docking ports are disconnected, do they line up perfectly in the dead middle? They do. So, yeah, that is where you want it. Right there, and right there, and then how do I get some space back here, is the question. Get it here at Twitch TV / Ronan Pong, KSP, OST, a cappella. Huh? Huh? And also, what's with the gap there? I think that's the gap, Pawn. I think that's where the entire ship is. Yeah, that's the root part right now in order to get this all to hold together. Alright, fair enough. What do I do about that? I mean, what I can do about that is merge them together a little bit, and then I just got to worry about whether or not they'll be able to snap together on the port at a later date. But if I do that, see how much it would have to come in. About there. And then where are we on you guys? We're over compressed. But you know what that tells me? What? What does that tell you? It means if I press Control Z, we'll be here for half an hour waiting for it. If I do that here, like I started to do, there's a little overlap of the two textures starting to cut into one another. Sure. But it ain't bad, is what I'm gonna fool myself into believing. Well, these don't actually merge together the same way for some reason. And we're not getting the texture strobing stuff that goes on. And that pulls some length off of that. And then if I did the same thing over here, you started singing the KSP background music. Oh, did I? How would I know? I'm over here doing the thing. I'm not listening to myself. There we go. It's still a bit short. It's still a bit short. Can you get any more out of there? And we definitely start to see... It's going to be hidden under greebling a bit there, Pawn. There's another thing to consider. Because we're not seeing, like, strobing textures thing, but we're definitely getting, like, the weirdnesses of them overlapping and chewing into one another. We move back here, and we're real close. But we're still not there, son of a bitch. Nickname the satellite the Flying Banana. We'd need a hammock for it, I think, is the thing, though. You guys line up? I mean, actually, it lines up with this bottom one. Somewhat. It still needs space. It still needs space. Alright. Having compressed all of that, I'm going to compress this some more, too. It's still, yeah, it's like we're miles away from where we need to be when I look at it like that. By which I mean an inch. Like I would have to really compress these two together. And that means that the docking ports themselves would be, like, merging into one another, so that won't be how that attaches. It's making me think that I should just do this all as one long piece. Which may also have its own issues there, Pawn. Yeah. But it might eliminate some of them there issues. The flying bone. Lord Crazy of Life. Yes, we're ripping you off. Oh, I've ripped off the wrong thing. Put it back. This is going to be 2 Control Zs, so I'll see you next week. You want here, son? I'm trying to grab that docking port, yank it off, hold shift, and then do that. Alright, it's not fucking with the docking port, it's just fucking with the ability of these things to something and the other. So if I took you off and then attached you to the docking port like so. Damn. It's millimeters count in these, kinds of things that would have to dock together at some point, and they're counting up in a way that's not helping me out over here much. Don't try to hold your breath. What? Space is bad for your lungs, though. Try not breathing in space. You need spacesuits to filter out space. Oh, it's toxic, is it? All the gases in space? Ooh. Yeah, if I just pull you back up to where we were starting with from there. It's so damn close. But when we do line it up, we get good up close, we see it like that. If I make you as long as you can be, and I make you as long as you can be, and I make you as long as you can be, and I put another one on. I mean, you're always going to have this issue of inches, aren't you? This inches issue. Well, I think what you got to do is sacrifice the inches issue on either side a little bit, which will come down to moving this back, no snapping, a touch behind where the other docking takes place. So if I just move you in like that, and again we're going to cover that up, but that gives us, we're back there a touch. If we go all the way down here, get to this side of things, and we're still a little bit over. Well, but we're going to be a bit under on each side, so now what you want to be doing is sort of lining up so that they're even. Right now this is lining up with that guy, and then on this side, that line is lining up with that guy. Is that how we want that? Is that right? Is that what we're doing? I don't know what we're doing. Somebody tell me what we're doing over here. What are we doing? So then the notion of the lotion in the ocean would be get you. Okay, no, I don't. Whatever you think you're doing, I need you to come with me here. Yep, but upside down. There you go. And now this one would embed back. It's being built from that angle, from that direction. And we need it to stand just flat, flush, or 1 pixel proud to feel good about them being able to link up. And then I take you, flip you over, put you on. I'm gonna need another structural cube. Put you there. Make you that length. Grab you. Get up to where you're just barely kissing. You're just kissing each other. You're not kissing yet. You're real close to it though. Man, the foreplay going on here. Just kiss. Put the things to the things. Make them babies. Okay. And then on this end would be finally. Like this is what it's going to be. One of those, and then it, like so. I mean, look at that, and we see that that gray line there is as far out as it is. So remember that, because then we go over here, and we look and see that the gray bit is at a very much different place. It's actually got space on that side, whereas it's completely embedded over here. That's so wrong and weird. If we've got the lines lined linely. So it's all of this, and then it's that one on the outside there, and then on this side, all of you, and then the outer line, and then on this side, it's the outer line, and then all of you. Yes, still the millimeters. So what we want to do at this point is just balance it out. Just even it from both sides by pulling back from here. That's a Control Z. Does look like a craft from the not too distant future, though. You think so? Like when? Like next Sunday? Because that's when we've been building it. I wasn't really like, I didn't think about that hard, but so it has been. Every next Sunday AD. Let's look at the black line here and say you are just miles away from where that starts And over here, you're also miles away from where that starts. No, with the you need to hold shift. This is out in Nowheresville, is where it is. So if you're gonna be dragging, that, and then back over to this side, and then you're there, and then hello bags. How are you? Are you good? Good, I'm glad for you. How do I get this balanced out? Because that black line is running into there, kind of onto that line, and then we got that much space between the thing and the other, and then back over here, we got that space, and then that black line is running into the other, and I feel like it would actually have to go the other way a little bit now to try and even that out. Like there's more gray showing on the other end at this point from the tip. Well, the tips might be balanced. Tippishly. But the issue is that's not how it gets attached as well. Yeah, but we've sketched it. So... Huh? Do I have a different picture that's more in line with this one? Huh? Not bad. Not bad. That double A bone, baby. Yeah. So, what I need to do is I take you off. That should probably just throw you away. That'll be easier. And then you actually need to attach to... Whoa, what do you attach to there? Oh, you're attached to the end of the docking port. Because this needs to be the same as it was on the other end. Which really I should, like, re-duplicate the ship and stuff in order to make this happen. Aha. So you were like that. And then with snapping, I run you down. Like so. With translation, I run you out like so. And I have to manually, with the things do. Let's make sure that we've still got a node there that we can attach the that to. And we do. You end up going there, eventually. And then this actually attaches to you. You embed back into this guy until you're good and flat. I don't need to see it green. I need to... There you go. That's pretty close. That's pretty good by my eye. And then we need you to, you know, line up and shit. So, oh fuck, I touched it without holding shift. It's okay, because you don't have the heights or anything figured out yet. So, just where we're softly kissing. No tongue, no Frenching going on. Just the two of these just rubbing the skin of their lips together. Might be up by 1 pixel. Okay. Yeah, okay. Now the question is that going to fit betwixt the twains? Because we've got like just a pixel's worth of clearance down here. So I'm gonna actually... I can see that pixel's worth of clearance. If I lower you back down, and then I lower you back down, and then there's almost no clearance, and then I see the pixel up here, which means I've got room on that side. I can still see a pixel's worth of clearance there, and I can still see a pixel's worth of clearance there. So that's where we want it to be. Let's go to the other side and do that. The finickiness. Oh, but the finickiness. So, let's get down to here where I can see the pixel. I can see it there, and it's going to be dragging the whole thing. So, hold shift. Hold down. Still got the pixel. I got a pixel up here. I've got clearance there as well. Clearance above and below, which means it should technically be able to fit in that space if, you know, but by a pixel. And then you guys don't quite line up. You got more space on the top than you do on the bottom, clearly. So let me raise you up another single pixel there. Oh, fuck. That's a Control Z. Let's see. Good enough already. I want explosions, please. Why laissez-faire bourgeoisie capitalism is a slaver's yoke resting upon the shoulders of a global proletariat. What? Who's? Are you writing a book? What are we? Up? And I feel like that's just a little bit further, and there we go. So now I've got clearance there. It's just a skinny little nothing of clearance, but now I've got an excess of clearance down here. It may be you got to choose one or the other, but there, I still got a good clearance there, and I got a good clearance there. That's perfect, is what I'm going to say. And then, do I have a similar situation on the one that it links up to? Yes. Yes. Okay. 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 That's a Mark 12. And then the idea here is, as I elucidated earlier, wait a second, you gotta go like that, is that in assembly in space, if this could ever be assembled in space, it's a hope, not a promise. But in assembly in space, we would have to build, we get the balls up, we attach one corridor down here, probably attach this corridor to that corridor as well. Then we put this in when it's not being squeezed between those two. Then we bring this corridor in and attach it, and then attach it. And then the balls have to go on where they snap to all three of those at once. Yeah. Because this would be attached to the balls on that side, as this would be attached to my balls on that side. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? You better feel me. Put your hands on me. I want to feel me. Feel me. Feel the fever. This is not the first building stream of this craft. It has taken many hours and streams requiring the patience of a Zen monk. Yeah, well, I don't have that anymore. It's been a while. Want to please the Kraken, he needs food. Explosions are fun, though. Ask SpaceX. They will do it. I feel my balls. You don't need to say it. You could just do it. We don't need to hear. We don't need the update. Dan Croshaw, Aykroyd, some news reporter. Dan Betty Crocker. Dan Betty Crocker. So that's it. I mean, that's the structure then done. It's actually time to greeble. I'm concerned about the idea of I greeble it up and then we try and tear it apart and send it to space and stuff, and how does, you know, how can I get it apart? Is there going to be problems with me like ripping one side off of the other because they're going to be greebled, you know, the way that they're going to be greebled. It's the greebling is going to greeble as the greebling will commence, greeblishly. Right? So I'm worried about that. I think maybe with that, with that being a concern of mine, being able to detach. I mean, if you're all, I believe I've got the reason why there's a little gap right here is because this is the root part right now. Yeah? Yeah. And I don't want to mess with that because I don't even understand how it's connected right now. It's either here is the root part or here is the root part. If I hit 4, does it show me which is the root part before I click? If I click somewhere, no, it just automatically changes it to that root part. It used to be that it was a 2-click process. I've already saved it, so if it fucked it up, then hopefully it won't fuck it. It will be able to unfuck it, kind of a thing. I guess you just mouse over it and then you'll find out. Because, like, if the entire ship lights up when I mouse over one of these, then that's where the root part is, right? All the way down to there. Where the hell's the root part? Like, you're just one ball's worth. Is there no root part anymore? What's going on? Like, you're one ball's worth, you're one ball's worth. Ballsworth, come into my office. Oh, that might be the root part, is that corner of, I mean, it's definitely a connection point anyway. That gets, like, all the way over to the other ball. What the hell's the root part around here? Okay, now that's a lot of things that light up green when I touch you. If I, down here, if I touch you... Okay, quit just touching people indiscriminately. You need to, that's not, you're getting a suit again. Okay, now that has a butt-ton of things lit up. Is that like the whole ship right there? Have I found, like, you're not the root part, but maybe the docking port here is the root part? I can't entirely tell because I'd have to be able to mouse over it, and that's not a thing that's happening, is the deal. But it's right, it's in there somewhere. It's in there somewhere, I think. Go on the inside, touch you. It's a lot of the ship lighting up, but not all of it. It doesn't matter, I guess. Change root part. I could, yeah. I could do. But then we have the possibility that it fucks everything up. Like, we've changed root part on this craft before, and then undid it, did a Control-Z on it, and it was still fucked up in a whole new way, and I had to reposition some things. And then we've done it before, and I hadn't saved it like that, and then I reload the file, and it does it also. So, is this a toy for your giant space dog? Yes. I'll have to build a giant space dog next, but yes, exactly that. We're on the same page. I think we just start greebling at this point. We've been here for an hour. Accomplished putting this thing down the middle of it. And sadly, you know, we get this nice gray texture there, and this is the best that we could get out of this stuff, because if I could go that color, or I can go that color. So it's going to be a bit white, but I think it blends pretty well. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I feel early on calling another live stream break, but we have hit the point here where I think the physical construction is finally, truly complete. Where it just needs all of the things put onto it to make it look something like that. So we get to figure all that stuff out. Do the little, like this, with there's things on, there's grabbing posts, and then there's a nubbin we talked about there, and then there's a satellite dish here, and then there's a ball, and there's all this shit going on, it's just texture, and there's clearly like these are engines, we might just make those RCS ports, probably just make those RCS ports, because it makes sense for them to just be RCS ports. I see that, you know, some of these little flaps, they could be the place where we enter or exit from. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. 25 antennas. We're going to need 25 antennas. So, Houston, are you taking all this down?
What, are you on the pad? You want to count down?
No, I need 25 antennas ordered.
Well, that's more a Gene's job. I don't do that.
Yeah, but you can tell Gene that I want 25 antennas, can't you?
Exactly as easily as you can by picking up the phone that you're using to speak to me now.
I thought we used walkie-talkies or something.
Are you holding a walkie-talkie?
I'm not holding a phone either.
Well, then I don't know where this bit is going. Would you like to do a live stream break?
Well, I suppose so.
Thanks, everybody, for watching. We're going to come back with more of Houston on twitch.tv/Houston.
Hey, it's my show. We're going to take a 7-minute live stream break is what we're going to do. And then when we come back, we get to go into the fun bit of like playing around with the lightweight parts that we can strap onto the sides of this monstrosity that we've built in order to get, you know, the appearance and image that goes along with the famous MST3K satellite of love. along with figuring out some functional things like monoprop and RCS, and eventually I want to get into interiors. I definitely want to build interiors. I want to have a movie theater on my satellite of love. So, yes, stick with me across this 7, occasionally 9, 7-ish minute break, and we'll be back with more of this crap for that you like. You're the reason you do it, and then I just am the voice through which the Lord speaks. But you're the black hole. By Jazzar. Listen to the Black Hole by Jazzar. Just across this 7-minute break. Don't go anywhere pulling that out. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream. On twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn, you're listening to some cool vibes. And it wasn't saying that it was cool vibes, but it's Cool Vibes by Kevin MacLeod. Or MacLeod. MacLeod! Ronan Paul, welcome back. Hello, King Akita. You slipped in while I was on the break there. Did you guys raid or something? I see, like, Lord Crazy of Life. No, you've just got rockets. Whose rockets are these? Oh, EJSA, of course. Of course, indeed. I thought this was TTV Houston. Oh, sorry. Yeah, twitch.tv/Houston. Opening up soon. It's not. Please don't. So, someone did bring up the Zens, whilst we were heading off to chat or heading off to live stream break, and I was writing a thing today that is going to, it's a communication between me and my senior student at the Zen Center for 3 years, where I practiced to be a monk and was never ordained. Bear that in mind, because I do want to read you this thing, and I'm going to, before we get back to KSP and building of the MST3K satellite of love. But this is going to be a bit of inside baseball, potentially. You see how it hits you, see if it frightens you, or if it's just, you know, yeah, and so what? It could just be a little bit of a writing experiment, because that's kind of how these things fall out of me. But my Zen master, I was speaking to my senior student over the email. I sent her another writing thing that had just come to me, a retelling that I read on live stream of an incident with a fella in California when we were traveling. And when she got back to me, she said that my Zen master is practicing something in specific, and it got me thinking about this. I'll just read it to you. This is called The Man Without a Memory. Again, want to say, like, ahead of time, not ordained. Zen master said, get the hell out of here and stop playing that music. Those are the things he said to me. He said, hey, 3 years? Piss off. And I said, okay. No, not ordained. So take this with however much salt you find appropriate. The man without a memory. When the conscious mind is focused on a task or thought, it effortlessly discards vast reams of information from the outside world as it pursues whatever rabbit it's chasing down whatever hole. It's not outright, or if not outright, deleting from recollection these moments, sights, and sounds it deems irrelevant, then brooming them as debris into a vast deep pit with no intent to ever dig them up again. And that's just normal to most of us. Some things are memorable, some things just aren't. Some are worthy and important, while others must be discarded to see clearly those that matter. You may not remember what you ate for lunch last Wednesday, but that day at the pool with your parents 30 years ago is so vivid you can still taste the chlorine lingering in the air. Normal. Still, I think most would be horrified to imagine themselves with the autonomy to direct this kind of forgetting, this letting go that seems to happen so automatically otherwise. How terrifying it would be to imagine that right there in the moment one might have the authority to so purely discard that moment as to leave their own mind untouched by it, as though it never was. It's frightening to imagine deciding that what has been said or done in this moment is of no use to anyone, and then simply leaving it behind. That onboarding this as the latest piece in the growing collection of you would only serve as one more point of suffering to bear within the mind, another raised stone in the path to trip over, to spend countless hours hammering level with the earth, only to catch toe on it years later as the shifting soils raise it underfoot anew. One more burdensome link added to the chain, that's added to the shackle, that's added to the great and weighty ball of past self, that we may drag it always and be buried with it, resting neath our folded arms. I think most would be frightened by what they might describe unnaturally self-editing their own lives in progress, implicitly disacknowledging that they are very much already doing this unnatural thing daily, that all the while they have imagined themselves passengers, haplessly careening across the lanes, shearing off the highway barriers, victims trapped within vehicles beyond their reckoning or control. They have, of course, been driving. The wheel has been underhand, and it is made of all the things they daily choose to overlook, along with those they clutch to chest as proof that they have been, and therefore surely are, and will forever be. And that, by these discriminations, have they always piloted this so-called lost and wayward vessel, as directed by an ever-barking voice, a GPS, announcing constant course corrections, that neither vessel nor occupant might ever reach a destination. For while the journey is afoot, then surely it cannot and never end. Memories are scars of traumas, fears, and joyous moments gone. Lies, contrived from singular perspectives, selectively ignoring and interpreting the vastness of truths no I am self can possibly contain. Still, we whittle at redwoods until they fit within our music box. And so the man without a memory is him who's given up delusion, who knows he cannot contain the truth, and so becomes it. No chain nor ball to dictate where he goes by where he's been, nor what he does by what he's done before. And then this is a message to my senior student. Once, you and I sat chatting about 90s music beneath a tree as Sunam listened on. A rare moment of idle banter in the presence of our master. He interrupted us and said, "You know, you're going to have to forget all that, right?" And as I can still remember him saying that, I suppose there's work to be done yet. Welcome back to Kerbal's space program. We're working on the Mystery Science Theater 3000 Satellite of Love. It was just a little thing that fell out of me today, considering communication with my old senior student at the Zen Center. Hey, Ronan Bond, I bought the same mic you're using. It's amazing. Is this an audiobook stream? Just reading something that I wrote today. This is the reason why I was late to this live stream by like 8 minutes. Because I was writing it up until, and I haven't sent it yet because I'm still not sure if I'm ever just so with the wording of it. And honestly, it's pointing in the direction of the thing, but in writing it, I feel like I got to the end of it and better understood what I meant. And feel that it's not pointing at the thing as much as it's over there, isn't it? And that's sometimes the virtue of a writing project like that. And as Alan Watt, or is it Watts, as he suggested the idea of like having an argument with somebody, that you should always be grateful for an argument that you're having with someone, which is a lovely perspective to get if you can have it in the moment. You always have a gratitude for that argument, because at the very least you are finding out as you argue what it is you mean. Mm-hmm. You know, whatever your ideas and feelings and everything else have accumulated to, an argument with someone else who's taking the other position or something like that does give you a chance to understand what you mean, and maybe find out that what you mean is stupid. Maybe find out where you're coming from is, you know, based on a very, as I suggested in that email, a very singular perspective. Every little step you take, a very, you saw the world as this because you are you coming from here and seeing things as these things, and they are not exclusively that. They are that for you, and that is your truth, but not the truth. For there is but one truth, and what is that truth? That's for you to find out. Is basically how my Zen master used to throw it at you, just bounce stuff off your forehead until you go, "Oh, I got a lot to think about." And then he's like, "Nope, you're doing it wrong. Don't start thinking about it now. These are seeds to be planted, and just leave them in the garden and practice and let them grow." Geez, that was deep. Yes. It's a bit of inside baseball, I think. That's not exactly the kind of Dharma talk or conversation you might hear at, if you go to show up at a temple on a public Sunday service kind of a thing. But, you know, it is basically the same as what's being said. It's just being said in a way that's clearer to people who have spent the time practicing, I guess. But yeah, MST3K Satellite of Love, structure here, we're only up to a scant 1,116 parts. Thin she is. We're looking at this amongst many others for reference photos, and it's time to start the greeble. My main concern with starting the greeble is that when I try to rip this ship apart, you know, with the idea of being able to send it to space, which is something I've just been putting off and saying, yeah, we're going to try and build it so that it could do that. That'd be great without just like warping it there, you know, at Alt F12ing and telling it to be there. But I'm concerned that any individual greebling that I do, one side, one thing, when I try to rip it all apart, it won't come apart the way that, you know, be a lot of trying to shift root parts around and things are going to go crazy. But I think we got no choice but to just roll on at it regardless. As Yoda said, explosions. You want to see the explosion. Well, we could test for explosions, I suppose. Nizao, is there room for crew on there? No, even with the inflated docking ports, those aren't, or inflated whatever, you can't just have a Kerbal stand in one of these, one of these inflatable airlocks, apparently. Alright. Fair enough. I don't know how they work, never used them before. Let's go ahead and slap it on the pad and see how she bends. You know, bearing in mind that this is supposed to be assembled in space, and then it's got to be able to hold itself together in space. It's the space is the places where we'd want it to space, is the idea. And now that we've launched, you know, put it out on the pad, I realized that I needed to right-click some of those docking ports and tell them to interact with the vessel in order to see whether or not this thing would hold together. There you go. In particular, like this docking port. Yeah, yep, sure. So, same vessel interaction. Yes. I'm trying to click it. Yes. Can I not, because we don't have power, I can't change that? Okay. Well, maybe we'll change it and load it back out. But given that bending and separation on the surface of Kerbal, it seems A-OK just fine. Would be, you know, in space would be my idea. And in fact, if we Alt F12, don't I have the ability to do some weird things like that? Physics? Yeah, physics, arrow, drag, thermal contracts, cheats. If I just click on you, hack gravity, so 1.0. If I change that to a 0.01, which is apparently as deep as I can go. There you go. Just balls just to kind of flapping in the breeze there. And I suppose another thing that we could do in space, now that we have the ability to use an engineer to attach parts later, is we could strut this thing up a little bit at the places where it's weak once it's assembled, kind of a deal. That's interesting. Need more struts. I don't know that we do. I mean, that's the point of this, is turn the gravity off, and it's like, she holds together here, she'd hold together in space, is the idea. Now, it will remember that hack if I don't turn it off. Whoa! Can't see it with it. Let's just revert to spaceplane hangar. And I think maybe, yeah, switch it over, make sure those docking ports do interact with one another even though they're on the same vessel. Because they're not connected over here. So you, same vessel interaction, yes. And then from the other side, you as well, same vessel interaction, yes. And as long as we're doing it, these are already connected. But we might as well make the adjustment, same interaction, yes. Same vessel interaction, that's a structural tube, don't want that. Same vessel interaction, yes. And I think I've got that set up for all the other docking ports that are nested into places like somewhere in here. I right-click on you. Same vessel interaction, yes. Same vessel interaction, yes. So I'm going to presume that I've done that right in all of the places where we've linked this thing together. Satellite level Mark 12, save again, launch again. Yeah, it's fine. Auto strut. We have done some auto strutting on our balls on the pieces of our balls. But like auto strutting every part to every part, I prefer to manually strut. And so we've got some manual strut connections on the interiors to help with that. I can't unsee it. Looks like two penises touching hello on keel 1. Yeah. So still same effect, same everything, doing all of the samey things. And we are getting some penetration under the bow. But again, if we Alt F12, hack the gravity, ooh, then once it stops, once it settles, in fact, if I can't like time warp us because it's in motion or something like that. All right, well then fizz warping us is not going to help. Yeah, there's a bit of jerk and stuff like that going on. That don't look like a good connection right there. Let me tell you. That's probably the one, isn't it? That's the one where everything starts. Same vessel interaction, yes. And then good luck on this pawn. Yeah, you're not going to be able to... Maybe if I get this side of things and then I can reach up and touch you. Same vessel interaction, yes. So they are interactable-ing kind of a thing. And we got that little gap there. I'm not going to address that or think about it because I don't want to. So, just a little bit of dangle in the angle. It's fine. It's all good. Revert flight back to the spaceplane hangar. And let's do this thing. Let's greeble. Don't come on cocking when the satellite is... Don't come on... Don't knock on the trailer when and we're having service with the kids with the white shirts and the ties that are over telling us about the Lord. Don't knock with the... Don't rock. Don't put socks on in December. That's just... It's no sock December is what it is. Yeah. What? Mm-hmm. So it's greeble time. It's motherfucking greeble time. Let's get straight off, like one of the easiest things it seems that it wants to be in here is something for RCS, but it needs to be big. It needs to be big. Werner engines aren't the right kind of shape or anything like that. Look, sort by mass. What do you got that's massive? Like, if I put the thruster blocks on, you're also not going to be big enough. So we're going to engines, I think. And I'm looking for a monoprop engine. And we got some of those, but are they going to... We might have to make it liquid fuel just to have the right view of it, or the look. The puffs might be right. If I... mirror balled it. Where does that... Yeah, I didn't think so. And if I did that, then you'd just be all of it. So they got to be placed individually kind of thing. But you see what I'm looking at over here is these. These big boys is what they are. And the puffs are in fact monoprop, right? Yeah. So they use monoprop. And the idea that I'm thinking of right here is that we want to get them like good and centered. And that's an issue. Because we're coming together at a tip. It's not an issue if you go inside pawn, isn't it? No, because then you can go off of this, right? Get you attached there, and then we go absolute rotation, and try and get you down. Because, yeah, a bit nasty because of the camera and whatnot. If I zoom all the way in, and then back up, so that, yeah, so we got that kind of a rotation around it. Then I can look at it and figure out what is straight up and down. You and you. Is that right? That ain't right. Need some of that too. So that's the straight up and downness of it. Except for not there either. We are still in absolute. We are, okay. Yeah. Is that it? If I switch between... No. Okay, so it's on the green. No, with the snapping. And then F, what am I? So you actually need to go the other direction. But we want it in line with the object is the other thing, don't we? And that looks like it's close enough there. I'm just trying to get an idea. So from here, well, we've got it up right like that. Then off absolute translation, we can try and get it in dead line with that. I don't think, because of this being such a awkward part, it looks like I'm going to have to eyeball it. But that's the notion that I'm going for. That's the lotion in my ocean. Something. Like, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think you want to, okay, you want to just throw that away. I want to get it on this thing, but I want it to be, you know, in reference to its own orientation. And that ain't really happening for me on the angle that I want. So you to there, and then offset local with snapping, offset absolute with snapping. It's going to be absolute to something that's helpful. No? Shoot, I don't want this to all be like eyeballed. If I then do like that, that's pretty okay. And then we do have these nice stars out here that we can reference. And then the idea would be out by a tick. Ooh. And back you up so we don't have so much crap popping through. Or bring you forward so that the crap popping through pops through everywhere and makes it better looking. Yeah. See, now the problem with this is that they're going to be pretty useless. So this is on the... am I even on the right ball? So this is would be inward. This would be outward. Coming around the edge there. I'm looking at the ones way back here. There's two there, and then there's that guy there. And this is on a hexagon, not a pentagon. And we're on a pentagon. So these are actually here. Yeah. These are actually here. The voice is blown out. Yeah, I think they're actually there. Because we got hex, pent, hex. Hex, pent, hex. And we're on the pent, and it needs to be here. Damn it. Because the hexes don't have a middle point like that. Which means they do have to be eyeballed. Maybe it'll work out better when you're just eyeballing them. Because they all got to be just put where they be. It's the puffs you're using. A little bit of snapping. And then we just get to the pixel where it'll actually snap on. And rotate until flat with panel. It's flat-ish until flat-ish with panel. Because, I mean, it's better if I figure out a way that does it where they're all going to be a little fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Because then they can be equally fucked up. I'll snap like that. Yeah, you're just not there. You're just not there. If I take you down by a shift snap point, okay, by 2 shift snap points, then that's in line. And then local with snapping, pull in. Nope. Local with snapping, hold shift, pull in. Okay, so that would give me a line if that looks alright. That I could follow with the yellow, just make sure that the yellow is visible. That sucks that it's not really, It's not really, It's not really, With snapping, local, hold shift, pull down. Hold shift, twist until in line. It's close. So again, looking at these big old venting duct kind of things. I took a long stream break and had to rewind to hear your Zen letter. Man Without Memory reminds me of the 2017 game Prey, where the protagonist has their memory removed, and the question is, can you punish a person who has no recollection of their deeds for past crimes? Is it fair to punish a person who has evolved for a crime of that person's past self? Who is, I guess that is the reasoning behind statutes of limitation. We are evolving and not the same person as yesteryear. So you've evolved from the crime of your past self. I would say yes and defend it, replying, should you put a murderer in jail that was grown up with the idea that murder was a good thing? I suppose I would say, with Zen in mind, since that's where this is coming from, you cannot escape karma. But you can, but you can't, but you can, is where I come at it from. If I were to just take one of you, take you now that I've figured out the alignment, and then bring you down here, are you just gonna, like, kind of work? You do just kind of work, and I just need to do some little subtle snapping, maybe. Like, your bottom is that direction, so we need your bottom going the other direction as well. That's in line with that line. And then I bring you up until I think you're online. I move you in. And this is snapping, local, but holding shift as well. Ooh, we lose the yellow entirely on that one, whereas this one, we've just got a tiny ribbon of it. Okay. So I guess I'm going off snapping for this. And then putting you in and leaving you with the tiny ribbon of it. A little bit more than that, I think. You're a little bit higher on one side than the other. You're just up here. That looks perfect. And not a little bit higher on the one side than the other. That's how that looks to me. So I'm gonna aim for perfect. This might be being caused by a little bit of... Yeah, because we're not on the... Ooh, if I control Z'd, that would be nasty. Let me just, with the F, with the and then with snapping, pull you on the blue over by one. And that might line you up perfectly. And it doesn't. You're good on one side, not so much the other. Which I think means that I'm going to have to manual correct that. Apparently what I'm finding out is I should just make a whole new piece and try and keep the rotation moves more or less the same if I wanted this to be excellent. But that's pretty damn good. And then I just need to move it in until we've got a nice little ribbon. It's no more than the other. I think more like just trying to grab it, pull away so that I've got a nice amount of control over it. And then I'm feeling like it still needs to be embedded a touch more. Yeah, you're nice and skinny. And then down here, you're nice and skinny now too, but you don't look exactly right. Exactly right is just not something that we're going to be going for here, I think. Your line there is right on the line, and then the line there is a little bit above it. On this one down here, I'm looking at this line here. Neither of you are anywhere near it. I slide you up and get one of you in line, like that. And then one of you just a bit below. And then you're going to have to come out a touch. It'd be great to be able to do this with symmetry, but we've got such an awkwardly, weirdly built craft. It's kind of just got to be done one at a time, doesn't it? Which means it's a nice slow burn of a build from here on out. Oh yes, only 6 more of those to go. I guess it is the old racism, sexism used to be okay, so it is okay to do it now that some in the older generation seem to rely on. It's having done a bad thing without the notion that you actually have done a bad thing. So you're talking about the concept of mens rea in the law, whether or not you have the sufficient mind, will, intent, that certain laws are only applicable when conducted, with a willful intent. Yes, mens rea. I asked that question many times to others. Religion's handling, will a person who has never heard of Jesus go to hell? Yeah, that really shouldn't be a problem for a spiritual practitioner to answer within Christianity, because if you haven't figured out, if you haven't got an answer to that question, it's not one of the tough ones. If there is a God who has created all things and there is a message, there is a point to the life, which is very debatable. But just speaking from, there's a point to this, God made you and all that kind of stuff, then is this the way that I twist up? Or do I twist the other way down? You're pointing up, so no, yes, it is the other way. We'll just rotate that around 360 degrees. Oh, I feel like I've been here before. Yes. I'm reliving this moment. I think I dreamed it earlier or something like that. What was I saying? Something about Jesus and all that kind of stuff. The idea would be that if you, is your premise that your God is truly relying on a book? Truly relying on the memories of men in order to record what was said and what was done and that kind of thing? Are we really, is that what we're doing? Is that really what we're doing over here? Presuming that. And I suppose a lot of people, there's a lot of subsets of Christianity that focus heavily on the idea that the word has been protected. And I just have to question how the hell you get there from, well, we live in a world where there is a King James Version of the Bible and a New King James Version of the Bible, and there's an Episcopalian and a New Teens edition of the Bible, and there's this version of it, but the Word has been protected and never confounded or corrupted, and it's like the Word itself, the written Word anyway, is clearly already corrupted from, just read what Paul wrote in Revelations. This guy was he was with Jesus all that time, and still, as soon as Jesus is dead, he's like, okay, let's go found a church, because that's clearly what we need to be doing here. No, Paul, do you think maybe if that's what he was interested in, he would have maybe done that while he was, at all, ever, instead of, just going where, and teaching that, you kick the dust of the city off of your feet if it does not accept you and move on. But if they don't want you there, if they're not interested in what you're teaching, then don't force it down anybody's throat. It's not, establish ourselves a church. Oh, thanks, Paul. You really got it. But yeah, the idea would come back to there that surely if God made the world, God made you, God is ostensibly all things come out of God, then certainly God's word, God's message, God's teachings are in all of the world. For if he is the artist, there is nothing he can put on the canvas that is not from him. Yes? Yes? So, dilemma resolved as long as you just allow for that to be the case, that there is no need for the written word. Look around you and you will see the acts and works and teachings of the Lord in everything. Would be how, where you'd go with that in Christianity, surely. If there isn't a God, or in more understandable word, purpose, then why have consciousness in the first place? If there isn't a God, then there is no, the question is invalid. Why have consciousness? There's no, if there's no God creating it, then it's not, it just happens, right? There's no why, there's no need for purpose. It just is. As an apple apples. As an apple tree apples, so the earth peoples, and so consciousness emerges within peoples and other things, that peoples then walk around and pretend that it's not there, because they don't want to have to worry about all the chickens and pigs that they like to eat so much. Possibly having consciousness. Oh, I love this conversation. This is getting me through a lot of the build. This is just, yeah, I feel like time's running, racing along now. I spent a lot of time with Christianity. I traveled before I went to, found my way into the monastery, I traveled as a wandering disciple of Jesus Christ. After I just read his teachings directly, stopped, listening to what the loudest and most parts of the Christian church had to say about this thing, that thing, the other thing, and believing that surely the church is representing, the person that they're all about over there, and I don't like what they're saying, so I guess I wouldn't be into that. I finally just picked up the book and read what he had to say and went, oh, those people are just assholes. They're heretics. I now understand what heretics are. Yeah. It's like never really meant anything to me before. Heretic. It's just like, it's a word for a massively multiplayer online game. Oh, did you join the heretic clan? Or I realized what heresy is. It's claiming, the name and teachings and everything, and then just misleading others about it as you go. Look, that's half of our balls done. And we're exploring the hypocrisies of the modern Christian church. What a fun time here on twitch.tv/RonanPawn. I hope you're enjoying this live stream, because if Twitch is watching, it'll be the last one. I got everything pointed in the right direction. They look lined up well enough. Yeah. I'm gonna go, oh, well, you could use a little bit of a spin there, a little spin and a twist, I'd say, from how your things there. But yeah, go to the source there, find out what Jesus actually had to say, and then, judge from there, because I assure you that the people showing up to church in, what I used to say was, back in the day, when this was a thing, for me, I used to say, nobody showing up to church in a Hummer, knows really why they're there. They're not there for Jesus anyway. Maybe his community is something like that, but it's not. They're not, disciples of anybody. They're not trying to live the teachings at all. If you're driving in, parking in your, $60,000 vehicle, walking in your $1,000 church suit kind of thing, and that kind of a deal. Yeah, that's not. I think you missed a big chunk of the teachings there, son. Consciousness will search for purpose. That is 100 out of 100. That's probably true. Yeah. And you got to just be careful with that, because the assumption that there is purpose coming from consciousness, which seeks purpose, that's not exactly something to trust. You don't want to measure the device with the device itself. In that instance, is gotta be careful. Is there purpose, and what would is that a good thing? And that's another question. Would that be a positive thing that there was a purpose? Because if there's a purpose, then that means that there's a reason to be, and that if you are not fulfilling that reason, you're not doing it right, and then from there comes the idea of judgments to be cast upon others, and to decide that thou art not worthy and shit like that, when you start from the position that there is purpose, and that there is a reason and there is a goal. Because then you can say, well, what you're doing is not the reason and it's not the goal, and you shouldn't be doing that. You're wasting you're fucking up the purpose. Ooh, did that one come together in a hurry? You need to move it down a lot more. Oh, okay. But, if there is no purpose, then that is also freedom, is a thing to consider. That without purpose, you have the freedom to be as and what you are, how you are. If all of life is basically an assembly line test for some creator deity who's seeing which of us are the good ones, which of us came off of the line the way that he intended us, and which of us are rejects, need to be thrown in the pile. One, boy, that God sure is incompetent that he can't make it right in the first place. Two, a little bit sick that he's got to put us through all of the difficulties of this life in order to get there, in order to do this test for him after the fact of the production line, the assembly. Shove a soul in some clay, and I'll breathe some life into it. It's when you start to examine the morality of that God as written, I'm not sure I want to follow that God. If it's true, I'm not sure that that's a guy I want to hang out with, you know? And so, like, which isn't to say that there isn't, you know, that Christianity, that's Christianity's God, but to say that there's a lot of people out there who believe in something akin to that, who I feel just haven't, like, really pursued and questioned, like, what would that mean if that is the way things do be? Is it a good thing? Is it a positive thing? What is the nature of the morality of a God who puts everybody through a test that simultaneously, well, he's supposedly all-knowing and all-being and all-powerful, which means he could have made us right in the first place, but he didn't. And then, you know, here's a bunch of suffering in this life that you have to endure, because I didn't do it right when I got started on you. And then at the end of the day, I'm going to find out who's the good ones, who's the bad ones, and some of you are going to either be cast into an eternal lake of fire or just be blinked out of existence, while the other ones get to come up here and sing fucking Kumbaya for the next billion eternities. It's like, do I want any of this? Like, if it is true, do I want to spend my life believing it? Because it's starting to sound like maybe this isn't the best deal on the market over here. As Alan Watt, I do enjoy Alan Watts. If you've never listened to Alan Watts, look that up on YouTube. That's a fun one to just sit and listen to as a philosopher, very attuned with the teachings of Eastern philosophy and Buddhism and things like that, speaking to these points. And shoot, I lost my train. What was, where was I going with that again? What were we talking about? The free will to pick. That his idea, you know, one of the things that he said is, if you've found a philosophy or a religion or a way of viewing the world that doesn't, like, work for you, that doesn't make you happy, that makes you feel miserable and unworthy and something like that, you know, maybe get a different philosophy. Like, the only reason to chase that philosophy is if you believe it's 1,000% true, and then the question would be, why would you believe that that's 1,000% true? Why would you? Have you just been told that? Is it just learned knowledge? Is the question that you need to be asking yourself. Have you decided to believe in something that doesn't actually work out well for you as a human being, leaves you in a bad place and makes you feel guilty and awful and nasty all the live long day, because you got a life to live here, you know? And, you know, if there is a God and he's judging us by all of those things, then, yeah, if you don't pay attention and do right and do what you're supposed to be doing, I guess he's going to it's going to be bad. But again, that's going to come back to, like, the morality of that God and whether or not you want to live in eternity in a universe where there's a God who would do that to everything and everyone. But we cannot understand the comings and goings and the ways of the Lord, and so we mustn't question. Well, then what is the point of religion? Like, where did you get these ideas except for by questioning the nature of your reality and trying to come up with answers to them? You know, it's just these religion, philosophy, these are the first sciences. These are science before there was science, before there was, you know, data and stuff like that. This is where science grew out of. People looking at the world and trying to understand it and understand their place in it, understand how we've come to be, why we're here, what this is, what the nature of ourselves is. And when you get to a point in your, you know, you start just throwing things away and say, well, we mustn't question that. Well, wasn't that the point in the first place? To question why we're here, what this is? And doesn't that involve, especially if it's going to be strongly based on morality and precepts like that, then doesn't that involve, like, questioning the morality of the God that you've chosen to follow? Especially, you know, when you take this back to the idea, so, like, when it was being popularized and what it was going up against. And those were other philosophies and religions that involved just tons and tons of gods, all that represented some emotion or condition or, you know, something like that. That boom, came together nicely. And so if there is one true God, can we not, like, expect that one true God be at least as moral as a flawed human being? You know, if I can conceive of a God that would be better than the one true God, do I want to follow that one true God? if he's not as good as I could imagine him being. Our entire Western culture was founded on the Ten Commandments. Ooh, that reminds me, this is a little bit off like a bit of a jump, but the other day I conceived of the idea, you know how like throughout the 80s and 90s, there was this big pushback from conservative Christianity against violence in films. You know, we had RoboCop, and we had all of Arnold's movies, and Terminator, and it's the one where he goes to Mars and he's it's Total Recall and stuff like that. You watch those old movies and they're so good. The splibs that they're using on set of these special effects are just boom, you know, somebody shoots somebody and it just like, you see flesh flying, you see blood just blah, kind of a thing. It just explodes. You shoot somebody and they just explode. And there was this big pushback from conservative Christian America that actually involved, you know, asking the question or putting it out there like, is this violence that we're seeing, this incredibly graphic depictions of violence and this blood and this gore, is this corrupting our youth? Is this going to make our kids like more violent because they're going to think that this is normal and that kind of a thing? And that pushback has resulted in today, when you watch a movie that involves guns and shooting, when people get shot, it's like a puff of smoke and they fall over. You know, when they show like a bullet hitting someone, they show like a bullet and then it just kind of makes a little hole and maybe a trickle of blood goes out and then we move on from the scene. And so that's what we've got now. And we've also got school shootings and more like domestic violence and violence against one another in the streets than we've ever seen before. And so my argument now, this is what I came up with the other day, is did the PG-13 rating system actually create more violence in America in the attempt to get rid of violence in America, or, you know, throughout the world as well? But it was, you know, I'm talking about the American pushback against violence from a conservative Christian audience. And, you know, I would say that there's a pretty good argument for that, considering the amount of, like, these kinds of public, you know, horrors that we see on a daily basis that come into, you know, that we see on the news that are just happening out there. And the idea that back in the day, in these movies, RoboCop and stuff like that, somebody shot somebody and it looked like they just destroyed them. And the idea of picking up a gun, if that's what you've seen of it, and aiming it at someone and thinking about pulling the trigger, that's like horrifying, isn't it? Wouldn't that be fucking horrifying to you? Like, if you believed that when you squeezed the trigger of a gun at someone else, that what was going to happen was they were going to explode in this cloud of, like, there's no, the visual communication of that moment in the art form is that this is death. You are raining death upon someone. There is no question about this. This is a magic device. This might as well be a wand in the Harry Potter universe. You point it at someone, squeeze a little bit, and they explode. They die. These days, people shoot each other in the movies, run right past them, and we stay away from the gore and the blood. It's got to be PG-13. We got to keep on, you know, wouldn't want the Christian community is in the middle America to something. We need to get all the audiences on board. And so you see people shooting each other and killing them, and it's just like a nothing, and you move past it. And what I'm saying is, maybe the people who were making movies back then, who were having a lot of fun with their, you know, blood explosions and stuff, maybe part of that was also like an awareness that we should be visually communicating that this is death. That when somebody points a weapon like this at someone else and squeezes the trigger, they have killed another person. That it's not just a little hole and thing. You know, a dramatization, a visual dramatic flair added to communicate the weight of what you are seeing. And because people didn't like the look of it, didn't want to have to see the weight of the truth of that going on, that you are killing someone visually represented, have we actually done the opposite of what they tried to, what their goal was, which was to get this violence out of there because it might be corrupting our youth. Well, now people are more comfortable than ever with walking up to someone else with an AR-15 over their shoulders, and, you know, I just like it because it's such a turnabout as fair play on, you know, the same argument that they had about that. I'd say, well, how's it worked out since we started doing it your way, guys? Because, I mean, mainly I just really like the body horror and the explosion of splibs. It just shows me that they were having fun on set, and they're having fun, I'm having fun. But I like that as an argument. It's fun. RoboCop, original cop, totally gets killed like he's being crucified. That scene was so over-the-top bloody. Yeah, it's just so... Everything was visceral. They were communicating. They took the art form important, you know. I try to improve humanity, giving a better world for the next generation for that exact reason. Good point, Paul. When I was 5 years old, Batman learned me to hit in the head because from what I saw, people just fell asleep and woke up. Just boom! And then, you know, the screen goes black and then, what's going on? It's like, So no concussion, no permanent brain damage, no cracked skull fractures, no internal hemorrhaging, no... I don't know. Are you a vegan? Asked Dendy to Mosaic Task Force. I'll let you guys figure that out. But I liked this Christianity rant that we were on for a minute. That's nice. I used to have a lot of opinions about that, so I don't got to think about it now. I just pull from the bevy. Hey, what did I used to think about that? I'll say it. Oh no. What? Might be good. Might be bad. What are we up to? 4180. Right now.
Opening new position.
Yeah, she's buying it.
Opening new position.
Okay.
Sir, the market has breached our buy-in threshold.
Yeah, all right.
I've just placed an order on your behalf at $4,179.12.
Sure.
And I'm entering a temporary stop loss to hold us over until the next candle turn.
Okay.
I'll let you know when that turn comes.
You do that.
Good luck, good luck.
Yeah, you too.
Entering hold mode.
Oh, all right. Bye-bye then. Good chat. Good chat. Yeah, it does actually look like, at least in this shot, that satellite kind of just does come straight off of the ball. I could believe that there as well, so I think... Yeah. I'm just going to tuck it in right off of the ball. So give me that, and I think the RA100 is the most appropriate. We could go for a smaller one, but why would we go for a smaller one? We want the big monster that really makes a... You know, an impression. Leaves an impression. Oop. There you go. Don't go. There's... You can't go there, but you could. If I drag you up, get you to there. So you're a little bit bigger. Yeah, you're a lot bit bigger. Alright, so maybe it's not the RA100, I thought, but perhaps I was incorrect. Well, you might get... No. Zoom in. And find that middle bit again. No, there you go. It's not bad. It'd be nicer if it stood off some more. Do we have some alternate... It stands up higher. It's got a little bit wider of a base than the other did, but I'm okay with that, I think. I could also raise it up manually. The RA2, way too small. This is the right size. If I wanted to do something myself for raising it up, go over to structural, and we got that, which would pretty much do it, I think. In terms of getting a little bit of extra height from it while still using the model that I like the look of. You're attaching to the other side, the interior of it, and I want you out here, but I can't really tell which ball you're on when you're out here, when I'm like that. Yeah. Huh. I got it. And then, yeah. Yeah. Not bad. Doesn't need to be like that. But I don't hate it. And then if I went to the big one, then that does the exterior, which does like that. I think that's more in the realm of the original. Yes. Let's see. Was it brain damaged heroes? What? Who? The what? Yeah. With them getting hit in the head. What we were talking about before. I'd really like to get back to talking about Christianity. Because anybody else like, what else can we talk about Christianity? Huh? Just I highly recommend. You know, if you never opened it up and read the New Testament, you don't got to read the whole New Testament. What you could do, okay, just to see if there's anything in there that might be interesting to you, maybe change your idea about Christianity, or rather about, you know, the teachings of Christ as something completely separate from Paul's Christian church as it has emerged in the world today. If you're, FL5 adapter, because this stands off a little bit, but it's also got like a flare of fairing. And is there something else that would... What about the FL10 adapter? You're rather large, is the... I'm going to look at this for a moment, though. So I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna leave that on because it's easy to attach things there and see if I like this. And then if I don't, I can get rid of it. But so here's what you do, alright? If you're curious, you just open up, you find yourself a Bible, and you open up Book of Matthew, turn to chapter 5, Bob's your uncle. Okay? Chapter 5 to chapter 8. That's the Sermon on the Mount. It's the first teachings of Jesus. And there's nothing else that I'm gonna do there. I don't think I like that. I think I'm a bigger fan of just leaving it look structural. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, chapter 5 to chapter 8, Sermon on the Mount. Basically, you know, if you're ever suggesting in your life that, man, it really sucks that there's no, like, handbook to just being alive, no kind of, like, you know, here's how you can live well and stuff like that. There is. It's chapter 5 to chapter 8 of it's got a lot of good stuff in there. A lot of good stuff in there, very tightly condensed. Another thing, if you like that, but you don't want to get into all of the, you know, deep into the Bible, turn to the book of James in the New Testament. James was, he was wild. He's a revolutionary kind of a guy. I liked the way that he rolled. He was just saying what Jesus said, but he was saying it like he was young and angry. He was punk rock, you know, restating of the same teachings as far as I'm concerned. So we got that satellite in. That's looking good. Another big, like, obvious component here. Let's go up to the Mark 13. Lucky number 13. Save there. Would be these boys. There's three of the... There's three? There's three that I can see. It is three. Which means one of them's got to be on the center, which kind of sucks, doesn't it? Well, here's a 3D model that somebody did where one of them's off to the side, but it is on the center nonetheless. I wonder if they are off to this. That makes me wonder. I want to look at this. Like, I see 4 here. I see boom, do. And then over here, I just see the 3 in that. So we've got different references giving sort of different ideas about what's going on. I see just the 3 there. So we're going to go with just the 3. There may be a 4th in there. I don't know which of these is the real SOL. And which of them is a, you know, somebody else's interpretation, something like that. This one, sadly, like, this is clearly from the show, but it doesn't really show the 3 majiggers, or potentially 4 if that one's supposed to be there. So, yeah, we'll do 3. Yeah, Book of James. Book of James. Outside of the Gospels, one of my favorites. Sort by mass, yes, we are. Just use a little artistic license, yes. I will do that thing. So in terms of artistic license, in order to make those 3 bars, we're probably going to end up using propeller blades or something. Helicopter blades. Prop blade type A is good and short. So I put you there. Because what else would do that we've got? Nothing. What's the ducted fan blade look like? Yeah, it's way too short. And then presumably you'd be the smallest one. Ooh, well, those are good and thick. So you'd see them. And then in comparison to you, let's try and pick what the better scale is. I think this is the better scale. Because they're also going to be angled down to match that, I believe. Absolute. I guess that is the line then. We do have 2 different versions of this. One of them twists like that, hard in that direction. The other one twists like that. It's just kind of which direction you want the twist to be. Yeah, what do we make these out of? 'Cause, I mean, that's certainly an option. Don't get me wrong, that is an option. Grip strips. Grip strips could do a thing. Because that would be less with, you know, prop parts. It does have the center, you know, attachment point, or the attachment point at the center. That also means, though, that I could start the attachment point. If I roll it over to flat, I could actually attach you there. Why are you at that angle? Oh, because you're part of that. Okay. No, that's, I could deal. And then we roll to be perfectly in line with that. I mean, they look like they're at that angle, but that's going to be very short, is what it's going to be. And then, of course, we wouldn't want it standing that proud. If I hold snap and then push in, like hold shift and push in. Yeah, they're taller than that. Pull up by one. Kinda. But it's just gonna make the interior very, very short is the thing. I don't know about that. And there's no different like grip strip there that I could have. I mean, we could use struts if I had like a top piece, and then I could shift, like drag it out to where I wanted it to exist in space, and then just strut directly to that. But I would need some kind of a top piece. Which... yeah. Hey. I mean, you guys have some serious weight to you, though. Oh, and that's huge. And we are sorted by mass, so everything's going to be bigger than that if I go up. So that's a hard... Anything that's just straightish? Yeah, there you go. Wow, those are incredibly lightweight, huh? Lighter than the blades. Ground stuff? I mean, again... Like, if they were upside down and then they came... Ooh. It's so weird. It's such a weird thing, though. And then the interior would be, but you see where I'm going with that? You know? Like, you put it on there, and then we'd, I guess, twist it down to the point where that's pretty much flat with that. An absolute, just drag in a little bit. So you're like so. It also adds an extra greeble there. But that sucks that it doesn't. Alright, well that just means you pull it up to wherever the hell you want it. It's too harsh of an angle if I just follow that directly. That's what I'm figuring out. Do like that. Nope. Grab you. Yeah. 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 Not liking the grip strip. And then on the interior... Now, I didn't really worry about the hallway interiors because there's no way for a Kerbal to get in here right now. So I wasn't necessarily thinking about doing much with the hallway kind of a thing there. But I love the that. I love the that. Yeah, and your rotation points are all off as well. Because then what you do is you take that and you do the same thing on the other side. Who do you hibbity to the hibby to the hibby to the hip hop? You don't stop. You rock it to the bang bang boom. You up jump the boogie to the rhythm of the boogie the beat. Is that how you do that? Something. Alright, well, you're not going to do it the way that I want you to, so what would I then do? Rotate it round. Are you right round, baby, right round like a record, baby, right round, round, round? No? Now you are. Oh, God. Oh, camera. Camera. Come with me, camera. Okay, yep, we're at that height limit where the camera wants to just bounce off of things. Something profit? And I think this needs to be one more down. In order to get the same angle. Oh, camera. Oh, camera. You're killing me here. You're killing me here, Smalls. Uh-huh. And I'm doing all this, like, with a pretty solid idea that I'm not actually going to do it this way. So, you know, welcome to the show. Nice to have you. Oh, fuck. What happened there? Come on. Yeah. Where though? Because the other one was like, it was snapped nicely. I swear it's on an absolute of some kind. Well, now it is. And then from there, I'll hold shift and push it back. And then again with you. I think because I put it on the wrong part. Fuck. Did you? I think so. So now you... And then down. Eh? Close. And then the idea would be off of that. I felt like I had to do this just to see where it gets us. Where the hell are the structural... Where's the... We're sorted by mass, so it's the strut connectors. Oh, I can't build a strut off of the leg. I can build a strut off of you, but not off of the leg, which would have been the whole thing. Not that I can't force it to something, maybe, but it's too much to, like, replicate that several times. Yeah, I didn't think so. I had to see it. I had to. Any ideas for what we'd use for this from chat? You all just falling asleep, tuning out? What are we doing? Communications. We got communitrons. I think they're going to be way too skinny. And too colorful. We'll have a lot of those, like, you know, around the place. Communitron 16s, though, we've got a nice structuraliness to them. That dead center there. And the height we'd be looking for would be a bit taller. Yep. A little bit too thin. I mean, they could work. They've even got like a little thing there that I can kind of see that there's a flaring bit. So give me another one of those, because I think I could whip this one up reasonably quickly. By just dropping you down, giving you the right rotation. Oh, well no, but the right rotation. Is that right? Oh. Well, I'm so glad you're here then. Line it up. How are you guys in two different places? Yeah. Are we at different rotational majigger madoodles? Well, how is that? Did I hold shift? Maybe you held shift, because that looks righter. More righterish. And then on the absolute, grab it again, touch it. And then the last issue would be, how do you join that? Can I... Why are you always looking for it like you don't know where it is? You damn fool. It's right here. Can I... Yeah, I didn't think so. My thought originally was not that. My thought was to have another one of these and drag it up, but that's not going to fill this. That's going to be too much. It's going to be too much, you know? Like it was just going to be snap, boom, absolute, snap to the middle, drag you up. But that just don't quite get her done. I mean, it ain't bad, but it ain't good, but it ain't bad. I think after all of that, we're going back to the props, because the props will have differently sized props. Like we saw, there's a shorter one that could go across the top beam. So these propellers, can I, for the love of Christ... Is there a way, like if I zoom all the way in and I pull back at it, give it a little bit of zoom out, and then I come up here, can I just have a rotation where I'm in control of the camera? Thank you. That's way better. Wow, Dan and Mosaic are having some kind of monster chat. I'm not even getting involved. If they're saying things that they shouldn't be, somebody, you know, assassinate them or whatever. F. C. I think I need to replace. Just start again with these guys. So it's the prop type blade, not A, but B. B was the height that we liked. And we could attach off of there. If I just get it standing upright, like so. Just trying to create some reproducibility. So then I do that. Grab you again. Well, no, let's grab a new one. It doesn't have all that associated with it. Do this. Can I, like that, so that it's an exact opposite. Grab you. Do that. And then across the middle bit. Helicopter blade. Okay. So then if I bring you in more, how about if I from there hold shift, bring you down by 1, bring you down by 1, grab this, go absolute snap, get it perfectly flat. Yeah, it looks like you're going to want to go in by another shift snap on local mode. So, whoa, just 1 though. I think that's just 1. And just 1. 1 time. And then you, absolute again. Still a bit long. Make sure you're in there.
Hold
Hold
mode
mode
entered.
entered.
Just a quick update, sir.
Yes.
We've closed the first candle of our new position and I've now set our true stop loss at $4,144.76.
Excellent.
I will continue to keep you apprised.
Yes, do that.
Stop loss price updated.
Yeah, indeed. Yes. All right. Yeah. Ah. I don't like it. Oh, good. He's put all this effort in and he doesn't like it. Well, hang on, because, like, what if you... Oh, spooples. You've done that. Well, drag it down. Drag it out. And then if I, with the same, and then drag it down, drag it out. I don't hate it, but it's not at all reproducible. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, goodness. Goodness. That's another hour and a half to get to this point. We've positioned 8 engines, 1 satellite dish, and built this, and I'm not happy. I'm not happy. He's not happy. What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? Look again at the potential for using other parts. Just seeing if there's anything else lying around that's tubular or bellish. You know, it's the holiday season. Tubular bells. Yeah, light strips. Light strips. What do you guys... Ooh, this could be the thing with the snapping. And why are you at such a weird fucking angle like that? Put that on there. Oh, yes. Oh, except for they're too long. Can I make a shorter light strip? I can't. I can't. You don't have a different... That's the shortest one you got. Though. But, Stream needs a happy ending. Ooh. Everybody likes a happy ending. That's... What, I'm sorry, what were you talking about? That's... But yeah, they're too long. If I raise them up, then the things that connect to them would have to go straight up in order, you know, from this thing. Like... With the... I go back to your structural. Can I strut off a light strip? And I cannot. Damn it. But I mean, that's so good. And then you could even, like, turn the light on. Wow, that is pretty strong to be throwing. That's not even the right color. Are you not? That's not what that light's coming from. Okay, never mind. But yeah, that's very good. It's just we need something to fill the space afterwards, you know, to fill that smaller gap between them. And we've just got ladders, but they're not, it's not sizable enough. Get it. Starshot? Drill-O-Matic Juniors? And then you'd be too big. Damn it, that's so almost the thing. You know? Because you'd put them on... I don't know why it snaps to that like that. It's cool and everything, but I don't... Sure. But you'd put it on like that, and then you'd spin it around like so. Yeah, that's... Again, you're just annoying me for reason. And then you'd make it so that the lights are inside. Right? And then you're looking at the black part of it. And then... It comes up like however high you feel you need to be. And then I think we've determined that this needs to have a little bit more length to it. I don't like that. I'd have to rebuild it anyway. And then you'd end up with beautiful. It would be glorious and grandiose and all of those things. Absolute snapping, dead to the middle, just like that. We deal with the interior eventually. And I'd want to make them so that they could be built one after another kind of a deal. Can I build a light strip off a light strip? I can't. Can I build a light strip off a grip strip? Give me that. Back to utility. I can build off of a grip strip. So just so we're clear on what my thought would be. Do like this. We're going to want you to actually, you're going to spin around because we want the black exterior. And that would be the correct orientation. Throw you away. Pull you up. Hold shift. Yeah, to there. That's not bad. Might end up being a little bit tall. And then another one. Snap dead center. rolled over to the black side. Wait, no. Yes. And then you up like this. Hold up to the right height. Hold in, hold shift. One back. Yeah. Oh, that's so perfect. And it's just the interior space that needs to be filled. And we'd need a smaller light strip if, you know, if we had it. And then I could actually just duplicate these and run them down. Ooh, and we're not even penetrating the interior with that. That's cool. And they could be turned on to throw light, you know? Yeah. It's awesome. It's all of the things. But, you know, if I were to snap, why you... Alright, whatever. And then with the absolute snapping, snap to dead center, pull you up. That's the problem. Right there. Oh shit. You gotta hold shift. Position it exactly the way you want it. That would almost be the thing. Hey, Pawn, how's it going? It's going. It's going slow, is how it's going. Because I'm just futzy minutia man, is what I'm doing right now. But, you know, these are the things, these are the big things. These are the big things. These are the main features that are recognizable from space, kind of a thing. I can see that. Yeah, very slow, very deliberate, very, like, wasting everybody's time. Hey, if you think it's a waste of time, there are other live streams. Please don't leave. Please don't leave. Don't leave. Can't attach that to there's not a lot I could even attach to light strips. We already tested whether or not I could attach a strut to light strips. The answer was no. I mean, the last chunk that fills the space, I'd hate to do it. But it could be, you know, props again. Except for they won't attach to that either. But we could just build off of these and force them to be the way that we want them to be. In fact, like, can I... And then, is that the mode of symmetry that I want? Alright, let's just start here and see where we end up. Nope, give it to me again. Hold shift, drag it up. Get rid of the top light bar. Grab the two of you, hold shift. Hold shift. Merge them together. Rotate them. Rotate them to where, though? Yeah, it's a little nasty, isn't it? What's this variant? And it's just going to be a different kind of a twist. Does it help? Probably not, no. Oh, cool. Cool, yeah. No, that's what I was looking for. It was probably not. And that at least gets us a black exterior. Interior looks all right as well. It's just a bit lumpy. It doesn't not work. Kind of the closest we've gotten, I might say. If I do say so, I might say indeed. I can't. Who am I thinking of? It's a character, Saturday Night Live, Martin Short. If I might say something like that. No, That's the best rotatory angle for it. It's just lumpy and twisty. Because it's made out of prop blades. That being the best solution we've come up with so far, if I go on to a snapped absolute, and no, not, oh shit, Control Z, don't fuck up. Okay, thank you. Grab you. Should still be a snapped absolute, so you should be dead center to that one. Is that one of them where we actually want you? No. Maybe. Maybe, no. Because they're... The three of them are represented as being dead center across, which kind of sucks for what we're doing. And how we're doing it. We can just be a little bit off-center. But this one would be... So the dead center of our craft is right on that line. So if we're just a little bit off of there, then this one would be... spacing, it's like one section's worth, which is probably two of these, so if you're right there, then we would want to be right here, yeah. Move you over to the edge, and then back to there, yes, exactly. And then grab one of these, and just one of them. You are still on absolute, grab it, pull it back by one, good. You... and that's everything's been to that side of things so far. Okay. Put you there. 2, absolute snap. Drag it back by 1 while holding shift. It's not great, not awful. We're going to go with it for now, and we'll have to come back to it in time. I could sync them so that there's no, you know, pads showing there, but I don't know that we need to. It's more of the greebles, is what it is. It's going to help in the long run. Save that as Mark 13. Well, maybe we just forget about it over time, that it's the propeller blades, and then we like it. That's how that'll work out. So there's this big ball right there. What have we got that's, you know, just a big ball? I mean, we can make our own balls, and I've got some very tiny balls, too. Not mine, someone else's, but I've got them, and we could, but it would be better if we used a ball that already pre-exists in the, that's too small of a ball. We need bigger balls. There's not going to be a bigger ball? That's the biggest ball of them all. Who's got them? Who's got the... These are small little dumplings kind of thing, so a big ball, but not too bulbous. Yeah, is there anything that somebody knows of, could think about in the game that's just a big ball? Like a big old ball. Do you attach surfacely? No? So what if you were there? Just come with me for a second. Just explore this idea for me. Like, I bring you out somehow, and you're off over here, right? You're heavy, aren't you? What is the weight of... It's one of the heaviest... 1.5 tons for that stupid thing. So this is a hard no. And that was going to be like nose cones all around it. That wouldn't make a ball pawn. If it were that easy, you wouldn't have to do all this crap. Make them out of fairings. Okay. You'd end up with a pointy kind of a tip to it, wouldn't it? Like there's a certain... Well, let's just look through the parts here first. Hey! Probidyne. No, too small. Fuck. Oh, well, one of these. One of these pods. How big are you guys? It's a pod. It's a pod is what it is. And these are all the same size, aren't they? Yeah. So it's one of these horrible pods that's under-aerodynamic and never works, and you don't want to use them because they're going to fuck everything up. It's just one of these. There's the ball for us. It needs a place to attach. So, structural, and then radial attachment point that we snap to Like, where is this ball exactly? It's a little bit out, so it could be on this side of things. And then we just snap the ball there. It's not bad. It's an extra crew cabin, I guess, is what it is. It's not the wrong size entirely. I get a sink in there a little bit more, if you could, if you wouldn't mind terribly. Just tuck that ball. And that does provide us an entrance to the interior of the craft if I put this on in the right orientation. So I don't believe you enter there. I think you enter here? Yeah, you enter there. So I would want to make it either so you enter that way from the balls, or that you enter this way from the... Let's make it so that you enter that way. Yeah, I still would prefer it if you were a bit more embedded than you currently are. That's the ball. I don't want the ball, I want the you. In fact, I'm just going to zoom in again so that I can flip over and then walk up on this. Sorry, I said ugh. Okay. Yeah, I heard it that time. Thank you. Like, because it does block the... I know, I said, don't worry about the interiors. We're not doing interiors. You couldn't penetrate those, because that would be problematic for us in assembly. If you were attached further back, I mean, it is a bit out, and there's a little bit of a gap there. Yeah, that's kind of the perfect place for it. I mean, it could go a little bit further back, but then we're in the way there. Son. Instead of the radial attachment point, what if, like, you guys don't attach radially, right? So I'd still need a radial attachment. I'd need something, and it might as well be... I just don't want it to penetrate the way that that one does. Like, it goes onto the interior big time, whereas if I did this... and then had you there... well, you're gonna embed just as much as the last one did. If I just put you dead onto that, it doesn't really solve your issue either, does it? Not so much. What if, what kind of adapters have we got here? The FLA 10. Whoa. Are you really that big? Or are you just getting up in my grill? Yeah, no, there you go. And that means it doesn't have to come so deep on the inside that it F's up the entire interior. No, it's barely a thing, actually, when it's like that. In fact, we might want it to come in more so that it covers over that stuff. And then we won't be able to grab it, so maybe not. Maybe I just get this to the place that I want it, which is going to be, let's say, there. And then I grab you, and I embed to there, covering over that entirely. Maybe even further. How does it look when I bring it that far in? Yeah, that's a hard no at that point. That looks good. That looks good. You know, I care about the interior a little bit. And then you to there. It's a little bit more stood off than I might love it to be. Damn it. Yes, that is the issue, isn't it? That's also the correct size. Damn, I was really liking that. Give me you. And onto there. Just trying to get some pretty lines. Don't F up the interiors completely. That's only visual exterior wise, and that's you. I did so much like when this was doing like something like that. But I think you need to be more like that. So then maybe we hide this a bit more. We just penetrate, like if I have it right there, and then on this side, you eat a little bit more from the outside, so it looks like we're all connected without breaking through on the interior. And then where's that ball I had? I need that ball in my hands again. Okay, throw you away. Boy, it still kind of leaves the nastiness of the line, though. You know, like you gotta get up real close to see how it's connected, otherwise it just looks like it's floating out there. Damn it. Make them out of fairings, build it out with panels. And that's gonna be just a big one, right? We're gonna go up to something huge at that point. I think I'm going to go back to the other one, because I liked it so much I was almost willing to just live with it. And there might be a little tweak that I can do. To make it a way that I prefer it. Okay, oh, I do have the right part. And we were going to have that in there. To that level. And I think you back off just a touch. It's hard because it's all fucking green and I can't get it to stop being green. There we go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. And then you, from the exterior, attach, and then, like, one of the things that we could check is, you know, is there a way to penetrate-y? Penetrate-y do? Penetrate majigger me doobly? That ain't awful. Yes, sir. And there are a couple of different variants, and that one takes the thing off. Okay, never actually looked into that. Variants on this. Yeah, no. I mean, I kind of like it, though. I like that it adds a splash of color in there. Come back to the coloring, if we ever do that. But that could, yep, that's a thing. Those are things. Those things are all things. We would do a decoupler disable staging on that. If I just step back here. To there. And then we do like this. Huh? It's a little bit in of where you'd want it, but if it's not where it is, then it's going to be problems for us actually like docking to it and things. Although, if it moved in closer on this side, no, I think we gotta stick with that. And okay, so now if that's done, I'm seeing this little bowl right here, right? So back over to fuel tanks and give me that mono prop majigger. Snapping. Something like that. Yeah. And I believe there's a mode of this where it takes... There isn't? Maybe it's these. If I put you up. Stop. Stop. I thought there was a... Once you get the balls in place, that there was an option to make them so that they didn't have the little clamps on them. I could have swore that's a thing. I swear often, actually. It's fine, I suppose. Just there's weird shit going on in there. It's buried. It's okay. So, let me get you just, like, with the absolute... that's not... Nope. None of those. Alright, throw you away again. Why are you so weird, brah? Brah, why are you so weird, though? Put you there. And then... Why do things attach so oddly? Okay, that seems correct. And then if I do like that... I'll just manually position something like so. So detailed, I assume this would just be the general shape. This build will make you a guru in the MST3K community. You think so? I don't know, I'm just doing it. And just the pod will allow you to get Kerbals out. Yeah! Yeah, the biggest problem will be that if we did drag it up to space manually, then this is going to be a weird thing to have to put under a fairing. The other question for me is whether or not, you know, you always kind of see it from one side, and so it's whether or not the other side has a mirror image ball, kind of a thing. You just duplicate both sides, or if you commit to one side being the side. Because you could say we're looking at it from the other side here, or it could be a flipped reversed image. Hard to say. Maybe we just greeble one side and then we always look at it from that one side. That's what we do. This is coming together nicely. That ball needs to be higher and needs to be out further to the there. We got a little back. Yeah. What else is a distinctive feature? Like, we talked about this guy, this little squash sombrero bit. That is dead middle of the two connections, which is another thing. Like, whenever it's dead middle of the two connections, it sucks for me, because that's where these hallways would come together and join unless we send them all up as one, which is why up here I've made this offset a little bit. But if they have to park right next to each other and actually link via docking ports as it's designed to, then having something that was right there would not work out. And it's actually right here. Okay. But what have we got for that squash little bit then? We got a fuel adapter. I really doubt that's going to be the thing. Yeah, that's a little bit hard no. Little hard no there. It's very important. Very important bit. You have that's like a China, a crash China symbol. Wait, where does the escape pod eject from? Says I need a better username. Well, we turned it off so that it can't eject, although we could. Yeah, we could just re-enable the decoupler in stage. Yeah, that's it, right there. And because it's like embedded into the part it's connected to, if you did decouple from it, Kraken Physics would send it going. We planned for everything. Did we? No. Not really. How big are you? I like that you're surface mount. I mean, it's something. Open the shield. Be a horrible place to dock to, by the way. I don't know if we're going to find anything that has that kind of a dip and curve outward. Although there's a lot of parts that have like a backside that, but a backside that has a specific weirdness to it. Did you? No, you just, alright, so no alternate view of that. It's just blackness on the interior, so that's a hard no. Wouldn't want it to be an engine anyway. That's a lot of weight to tack on for something. A xenon container. Ooh, it's shiny. Like an embedded xenon container. It's actually not far off. And I could leave it there and it would probably fool the eye a bit. It's not dead center, but it might as well be. You know? Yeah. Leave that for there now. For now there. For here and there. And sometimes now. Sometimes later even. And unless we're using xenon, we might as well pull all the gas out of it. There's no escape pod. They are stuck there for life. Oh yeah, that's the whole sheep premise of the show. What the hell am I thinking? So a lot of generic greebling. I wanted to look at like the very critical parts of what really, you know, what defines the ship for people when they think about it. And I'm looking at this thing and saying that there's like some of that, and there's some antennas popping off of there. There's a lot of little things going on there, but I'm not necessarily seeing exactly that. From this side, looking back that way, there's no dish unless it's in darkness, which would mean that this is the opposite side of the ship, and that's the ball, and then the ball's on the other side as well, and the satellite's there, but we can't see it there. From here, satellite ball. Ooh, I'd love to zoom in on that, but I can't. But that's not necessarily the thing either. It's artistic licenses that others have taken. From here, it's a much simpler version. From here, a model that definitely has some, you know, weird structures popping out from it. I mean, I like it. Yeah, that's got it too. What about you though? Like this one looks legit in terms of like possibly the original model from the first season kind of thing. It doesn't have anything like that. I like that that's been there. I'm willing to go with the community, the consensus community of like, wouldn't it be cool if that was there? And there are some sticky outy things in this image, which may be from like a later season. I don't know. There was an escape pod. It was hidden in a crate labeled Hamdingers. That seems right. And also I remember seeing geez, was it Space Mutiny, where both the robots Tom Servo and Crow went out and were like zipping around in spaceships and having a fight and yelling trite things back and forth at each other as they were having a dogfight in space, and then they crashed back into the ship, and Mike grabs him out of there. I think it was Mike at that point, grabs him out of there and says, "You guys okay? Yeah." So we had spaceships the whole time? Maybe the detailed model was the one from the movie? There was a movie? Maybe. Yeah. I don't hate any of that. Let's go ahead and just throw on some stuff then. Like, I'm looking at it and saying, is there more? Are there more things that are like really super distinct that are necessary for this design? But if you got that ball and you got these three things, you got that satellite dish and then that little, you know, hat that goes in there, you know, what else is the massively distinct thing except for that it's nicely greebled? Yeah. So, sure. Let's put some antennas on here that don't penetrate through the... That's a big satellite. I don't know if we're gonna just come out for some different angles kind of a thing. Give me you. It'd be better if they had like different heights going on, but they don't. Just leave one of them retracted. Add a bunch of colored fuel lines. Yeah, that'll help a lot. Definitely, that's a good where we're going kind of a thing. I don't know about that. I don't know. You know, you slap it on and then forget about it, and you come back and you make more sense of it later. Communitron. There are other satellite dishes. Is something else that would pass as a satellite dish? I keep noticing that on the top of it, there seems to be like a representation of something flat that's like right in the middle. We've got this little nubbin that we can see from all these undershots, and then in this blurry one, there's that flat thing. Up here, not seeing the flat thing. From this side, yeah, I don't know. You don't know? I don't know, but we do have that nubbin. That's another like thing that's definitely a staple. So what kind of a nubbin can we do? And we've got external fuel tank or experiment storage container, and if I do like that, and then put you there, that's actually works pretty well. It's not cylindrical like it ought to be. The mystery goo, I think it's too small. I don't hate that. Let's for now, let's take that and just spin it so that we're not looking at that side of it, and then maybe embed it a touch. Maybe embed it right up to that line. Yeah. And then interior-wise, it's penetrating and we don't care. That there for now. Yeah, that's friggin' perfect height. Love it. I know, like, one of the thoughts that I had early was that the magnetometer boom was going to be huge for a lot of greebling opportunities. You know, if we did go with what the community seems to have, with what other people who have modeled this have seemed to go with in the past, then we extend a boom from there, and that's way too much of a boom. But I did know that, like, I certainly intended to do things, for example, let's see, how about if I put this here, snapping, and then roll you down. In terms of being able to greeble something up quick, get a lot of, like, area covered.
Double up. Yeah.
This kind of a thing. And Ren Phoenix, 16 months of subscription, emanates loud fart noises. Thank you. Thank you very much for, welcome back to the Big Dick Club. 16 months, though. Thank you very much for that. A year and more than a year is how the math on that works out. Now, don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure. Something like that. Like, little stuff like that, it could do, like, a long stretch of something to greeble it up, but I don't see that that's appropriate where I've put it. But you see where I'm going with that. So that's the thing. I'm not liking it. I got ideas. I thought about this. I was pretty sure this will work out pretty nice. Let's do that fuel line thing and see what, you know, size we're dealing with the fuel lines. So you, because I see we've got like this tube down here, which is probably not going to be represented by anything well in the right scale. But if we got to represent it with something, see, there's a little, How far do you go? You look like you go all the way to, like, here. If I add you, and then it looks like you come and just kind of dive into the ship back around here. More or less. Do you not want to do this now? You have a problem with me? You can't go that far? Okay, it won't actually attach. Oh, well, that's a problem too, that the fuel lines will not connect correctly across parts that aren't part of their part. And that, because there's not enough of an angle, ooh, you know, the fuel lines could be problematic. Let's, if I had a fuel line, what have we got here? I mean, we're breaking free from any willful greebling premise here, but if I had a fuel line that, like, started here, you guys don't meet in the middle anymore, you're just one big long piece, and I could take it all the way back to here, I think. Attach it to something. Nope, can't. You won't allow it? It's just too far, it won't allow it. Damn, the fuel lines are not going to be that useful. Strut along the bottom? I guess a fuel line fits better with the scale. Can they be white? If we could get them to the right where they'd actually attach, I guess I stand something out and then attach them. Let's just put one from here to like there and then see what colors we get. So yes, we have white. We also have black. And we've got a dark gray. And we've got a blue. Dark gray is pretty nice too. But I just need something to stand them off from, and then anything that's going to connect to something else wouldn't quite work either. Which means, like, where this splits in the middle and gets attached, it could go from here to there, but not all the way back to that ball. So, limitations. Limitations indeed exist. The Oscar B has a standoff, drained of its LFO, which could be put back later, kind of a deal. Might even just leave you as you are. And then I'd need another, you need another place to put it. Oh, well, that does stand it off enough that it can link back to itself. So where does the ship break in half? Like there. And it's something. Attach them, the cubes, and sink the cubes. The octagonal, the majigger madoodles? Yeah. Yeah. Could do that. What I'm looking at here. There's also a skinny little tube there. I love that you guys just are at weird angles for reasons. That's one of my favorite things so far in this build. It's just weird angles whenever I attach to these. It's a little sizable. Maybe instead of that, a stratus. And that's monoprop, and I don't mind having some monoprop on here. Just, And are you attached reasonably to the surface to which I attached you? Yes, you are. Okay. No! None of that. Control Z. Give it 15 seconds to think about it. I'm gonna need you to stop doing that, where you decide to be somewhere else than where I put you. Yeah, that's cool. See, that's a distinct characteristic that I'd missed earlier. That's nice. But yeah, just standing them off from, instead of tanks, one of these. I don't hate that it's the tanks though. Doesn't bother me. And I think those would bother me a little bit. Let's stick with like a small tank of some kind. Is there something over here? Not really. Okay. Well, then the standoff could be here instead. Like if I, shoot, if I took you and tried to like line you up where I had you before, then you'd do the same run. Yeah, you need to be a little bit higher. Yeah, but it's the same. It's too samey. It's too with the sames. If I did it the other way around, then it would be exactly the same, and then that would be even worse, right? Yes. Okay, good. Let's do that then. If I do it from out here, then maybe we get the effect of it being a little bit longer on this side than the other, because we can't actually do that. We just have to pretend. Try and get the tank in the right place in the first place, where the right place is in the first place. And then I'll get rid of this and redo it. Okay. No, yep, don't actually need everything green. There you go. Wait. Nope. But almost. Nearly got it. Okay. Thank you. I mean, it's something. Again, we'll come back to it. I think that the cylindrical tank there is probably there to stay. I think it's a nice, you know, Kerbal-y way to get that done and still have Kerbal-y recognizable things going on there. There's some groove stuff back there. And I'm certainly going to end up using some radiators around here. So what's our big radiator panel large? And where are you? You're all the way back there. There you go. See, now if you just do that from the start, I wouldn't have to hit you. But that's, you know, what you want, apparently, is... So, that's how we gotta do it. Huh? Right, hun? What? Shh. That can't be there, Pawn. Why can't it be there? Because... Reasons. Because... Thermal control system large. Oh, right, and that's a huge deployable kind of a thing. Wow, a 10-meter heat shield. I mean, it can. So long as it's not going to get in the way of trying to push the two crafts together, and I'm worried that it will when we try to dock one to the other. So give me this. And I'll just slide it down to there. You know, it's a matter of like, well, what about the hitbox of this thing in comparison to that thing, and then the other thing, and the stuff, and the guys. Don't forget about the guys with the stuff. Oh my god. Is that even attached, or is it just hovering? Yeah, no, it's attached. Okay. But I think I want you higher. Because you look more visually centered that way. It's just, it's very plain, you know? It's like it's not actually giving us the visual representation that we like. Roan Pawn, I figured out what the sphere on the center of SOL is for. It's where the Manos manipulation arms deploy from in the movie. Really? And there's a YouTube link. And Fat1N is rating with a party of 11. Fatonin. Hello! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, and then I just pooped all over the name there. It's my bad. Welcome in. We're greebling the Mystery Science Theater satellite of love. Based off of this image, mostly, so far. I mean, I got a bunch of others here, but I'm just trying to get a sense of what's important to the look, the style, to everything. What are the big, important bits that we need to have there? It's my bad since the Nick is a pronunciation nightmare. How do you, is there a, you put it in like all the weird, if you've just come in from a live stream, you're tired, you don't need this shit. Nobody needs this shit. just say, get off my nuts. What's the thermal system small like when it deploys? That is far more cool stuff. So it has to flat down, but it flattens out like that once it's there. And so like this, which has just no character to it, no texture whatsoever, if we were to, with this instead, you son of a, I just twist you so you're straight up and down, and then, yeah, just like that, really. That's what I, so like you, but it's got to stand off of something. And it's got to have enough standoffs that it's not impacting another thing. Fat Tony, aka Toonie. Alright, Fat Tony. Really? Fat Tony and... Okay. Fat Tony. Hey, how you doing? Tony Bag of Donuts. How you doing, man? Hey. I like that idea. I like this. And what does the medium look like? Ooh, with the medium, then wow. Holy. Yeah, no. But what we could do is actually, so the thermal control scroll system small, we wanted something to be textury over here. I could put it on the balls. I could put it right on my balls. Like that. Eh. I mean, maybe. Depends. But I guess what we need is absolute... it's still going to need like something to stand off of. I can get it flat and straight again. Like, yeah, and then with the rotate. And in line with that. Sure. That's actually not bad. Oh, that's actually not bad. And then when it deploys, does like that. Doesn't interact with itself, you know, as a component. I'm even willing to explore like merging it in where it's just like that, right up against there. Which one were we looking at? Like that one. Gets us a lot of greeble that takes up like this little spot for, you know, one part. That's nice to have anyway. And then when I retract it, it actually kind of looks like plausible anyway. Even when it's like animating outward, it's like you could believe that it's not actually penetrating in there. I think I'm okay with that. A lot of greebling to do, obviously. So, you know, figure it out. I'm offended, so it's difficult for a foreigner. Fat Tony. Hey, what? It's past 2 a.m. Indeedy do. So we're sending a giant phallus station into the orbit. It's the Mystery Science Theater's satellite of love with balls and 2 shafts that are kind of like right next, and there's a docking thing. But yeah, a little bit. Underpants drunk? What? Are you getting pants drunk? Or underpants? What? What do you people... I had to look up the word. There's an underpants... Calcaricani. Okay. Yeah, I'm going with that for now. Man, now that we're here and it's starting to come together, you know what's like my first thought? Is that there's a whole nother fucking side to this thing. And we haven't even begun. We've only just begun to greeble. And yet I'm going to save the craft, exit the craft, and we're not leaving. You don't got to go home, but I'd prefer if you stayed here, because we're going to have a 7-minute live stream break. I've been going for this, we're up to 3 hours and 20 minutes. The last live stream break was at an hour, so we've been another hour and then another hour and 20 minutes. Live stream break, we come back, we're going to hit this hard, we're going to get a lot done. I don't want to lie to you. We're going to continue getting things done at this incredibly slow and tedious pace. But, you know, that's what we're going to do. We're going to do it 7 minutes from now after a break. and then we'll call it for the day. This is a big job, but I like. I know it's going to be very satisfying at the end. It's not like wearing on me to do it. It's just, you know, slow, and it's slow going. But once you're done, you've got all of your Dungeons and Dragons characters painted the way you like or something. I don't know what you kids are into these days with your hula hoops and your Burt Bacharach. 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out.
LWB override. I'm overriding our persistent market bottom. The lowest wick will now be $4,135.19. Persistent data adjusted.
Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. Fatonin, Fat Tony, which I kind of like. But you had to go to sleep, have a good night. He's probably already gone, that kind of a thing. But welcome back to Kerbal Space Program. Beer 2, hour 3.5. Day 4 of the Mystery Science Theater satellite, the Satellite of Love from Mystery Science Theater 3000. You're 72 inches high? That's a lot of, that's welcome to the Big Dick Club. That is, like, on the boober, can you do that? Wow, just dick strength. You can do those cock push-ups that Jack Black was talking about, right? You really only need to do one, as we learned. Oh, game don't crash. Okay, we're back in. I've run out of disk space to record the live stream, so let's hope that Comcast plays nice with us today. But this is the back side, and this is the front side. We've actually started doing some of the greebling for the MST3K Satellite of Love, which we are referencing photographically from here, and we're low on disk space, and it's going to continue telling me that unless I delete something, but if I'd have to take the time to figure out what I can delete. And so we're just going to have to keep clicking that button because Windows is awesome. But you see there's a little tank here, and then there's a ball there, and there's a satellite dish there, and there's some things sticking out there, and there's like a little bit of like greebly, and then whoop, there's a thing here, and a ball there, and a satellite dish there, and there's a little ball there because there's a little ball there, and then there's that's some kind of texture added in that direction. Of course, the engine-looking things, we're deciding that those are monoprop. So we've put on puff engines, the monoprop, and all those corners as well. Oh, and then there's of course the three. You can just kind of see them there. Those three with a little thing on, and those three with a little thing. We're getting there, slowly but surely. We be getting there. Your Discord is astonishing for a 72-inch giant phallus. I tell you, the pronunciation is none other like with N4 and 2 preposition. So what else? I mean, there's a lot of little greebly kind of things that we can do, but should we? Is the question. Yes, we're going to carry on. It's just what's my next move here? What do I like? What do I want? What do I want and like? What grabs my eye, what's of interest to me here and now. And what have we got to work with is another thing. Okay, I'm seeing a little ducting that comes up off of here. But we don't have to be, you know, perfectly true to anything. Ever. Who would, that would be a boring existence, wouldn't it? We can just make up our own truths and sell those on the television. If we, and then, nope, the last direction that you tried, like these are, I feel are going to be very helpful in like just a lot of stuff. I see there's a little bit, something like that at the top corner. So, at the top corner, a little bit of something like that. In fact, can I center you to anything? Actually being off-center a little bit is good as well. Yeah, so a little bit of that. There's a flap here. We're going to want some solar on this craft, obviously. And even though it's going to add splashes of color that are not necessarily that, you know, true to what we want, sort by mass. And let's look at some big things just to see, because we get a lot of go out of. They have to be able to rotate is the thing, though. So they have to have the standoffishness to be able to rotate, or they've just got to be non-rotational ones. The 1x6s, slap them on. Extend. You got some of that. So let's look at stationary plates and see where we might want something along those lines. Like, okay, so it's this angle of twist. Thank you. So if I lined you up like there, get some of that, and that could substitute for having like a skinnier panel that goes along there. In fact, if you want it to substitute for that, then drop it down a little bit. Yeah. And then that ends in a circular kind of a madoodle majigger. That would be a little bit over-greebled? Yeah. Over-greebled. As though that's a thing that can be. Yeah, a little bit over-greebled is the thing. A little bit too colorful. And the other side, equally as too colorful. The giant, well, no, definitely not. So, back over to the fuel tanks, the lightweight ones. I haven't actually looked at this. What is your deal, friend? I don't mind putting monoprop on here because we've got a bunch of monoprop engines, big boys. You don't have any other look to you, but that's okay, because we can merge. And that starts to look pretty damn cool. Yeah. I'm not sure about that solar panel there, though. There's another little chunk down there that might be more appropriate for a solar panel of this size. It's underneath. Let me just scroll up a bit. This is what I'm pointing at there. It's a little kind of deal. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So then for this raised chunk, Max Verstappen did firmly feel a phallus between his... Okay, thank you. Yep, we know. We're going to be hearing from you quite a bit. So there's that, and then something that's long and slender. No comments, please, from the place. Oh, though. What do you contain? You're a radial holding tank. You wouldn't contain monoprop force. Oh, though, what a beautiful piece to piece with, were I to piece, and had peace. What do you do? Hot shot. There's terrorists with the, what do you do? You know? Like, so there's a little guy there, he's very near the ball. Not too near the ball, but he's there. Right, I zoom back out. And there's a little thing coming off there, I don't hate it. No other color on that, which I think is fine. Are you coming off directly? You are. Okay, no snapping, but a bit of merging maybe. Maybe some drawing up. Again, nothing needs to be perfect here. We're just doing what we can do while we do it when we do it in the road down here at Spoil Sport Motors. Again, that slender raise. What about grip pads? Yeah, those are going to be helpful for a lot of things. So, grip strip. You're a little bit too skinny. What about this one? Aha! Now, yes, I know the colors and everything, but we might have options, and if we don't, I mean, it would be pretty boring if it were just all this gray, like that is. Oops. It's got a lot of help from some nice airbrushing and stuff like that we're not going to be able to get. So a little bit of color here and there don't hurt nobody. If I put you a little bit up, yes, I like that. You know, if it's not quite on center with it, that's even more lovely. In fact, if it's not on center with it, then like accentuate that a little bit. That it's a little bit Then you got that coming off of like a little circle there. Formula 1 stop being boring. Excuse my transgression. What with a big red happy knob on? Look at these recurring little like dot things. There's like 4 of them headed along down here. What about some like tiny nose cones? Oh, those are going to be helpful. The very small nose cones. Yes. So in reference to how far this comes down, and from there we're looking at quite a span, and then it's kind of in the middle of the middle. So our middle is like there, and the middle of the middle would be here. And then how close are they to one another? Okay. So it's like that. Okay, they're a little bit too much. As much as I'm like, imperfections are good, that's a little bit too imperfection-y. And just making sure that they're actually attached, because you know this game, Kerbal, likes to float some of its parts just above where it's supposed to be actually connecting. Those are fine. So yeah, we got some of that going on. It's a little bit too far to the right, I think, but there's no way to fix that except to like take this one off and move it back to here. And that's just, I don't know that that's even possible. Like, how would we even, we're gonna have to get some like scientists on that, because who knows if it's plausible that we all live in a simulation. Who could even, yeah, and then like you, and then no snapping, and then draw you in. Certain things, yes, imperfection, not a big problem. That needs to be repetitive. There's some other little bumps back here, which are actually bigger than those bumps, but just to do something that's a little bit different. What about the tiny nose cones and having them a bit higher, and just a pair of them? I think that's fine. So that gets you these 4, and then these 2. Ooh, I see some back and forth lines that would be great for low disk space. That'd be a good thing. Do I have this high enough for y'all? Yeah, you can see it. See these little lines here that are going back and forth? Ooh, so fuel lines in there. We're already using this fuel line, so it's going to be a bit... Ooh, no, struts. Struts even better. Now, the struts are going to need something to attach off of that stands up so that they can. Which means we're going to probably just pull out the old octagonal strut. And then where am I looking at this again? Seeing it a bit to the right of this, somewhat low. Yeah, that's the way. So you got that to there. I only really need one for each of them. So if I have one here, and then one back over there, and they both have to like merge in a bit. Can I use snapping on this? Push you in, and then you'll be the same. Push you in. The interior getting all effed up, but that was an interior that we weren't going to care about anyway. And then that will give me some place to stand off these struts. That will still allow them to do the thing. Like so. It's a little bit too long, I think. The top one's a bit shorter. Say to there. And then grab this one. And go back the other direction. Pretty much all the way to the first one. No, it ends short too. Which, you just do it like this. And then you can also try and get that in line with the bottom. And then I think I might move you like that. And then we've got that. Yeah, that works. Yeah, except for they don't look like they're aligned when I step back from it. Well, maybe it's just the angle, because that looks pretty close to being parallel. Touch down. Yeah. I mean, see how it looks now? It's like weird, but look at it from the side and it looks... Alright, hang on. I'm usually pretty good at that kind of like visual mathematics, you know? I can level a thing without a level, usually. I think these will be better closer together anyway. Imperfections are okay, Pawn. Yeah, you keep saying that, and I'm gonna start believing it, I swear to you. It's that we're on a hex construction, and it's throwing things off here, because like when we look at it flat with the hex, it looks a little bit different than when we look at it with the angle of being like this, and look at that. And then when we get flat on the hex, they're pretty damn parallel, right? And then we do that, and it looks like, what the hell's going on over there? Which is probably why they took the shot from, like, down here. No. That's 3D rendering. Yeah. Alright, live with it, Pawn. God, it's so hard to live with that. Look at it! But it's so perfect here. I mean, not perfect. Like, this could come up, or this could come up, one of them. One of the things also that you could probably do to help your brain with this... Ooh, but then it's not going to attach right. You shouldn't mess with that. Oh, shit, I've just hit Control-Z. Hang on. There we go. Game had to think about its life for a while. Leave it. Leave it be. It is as it is. Move on. That thing, we've put a solar panel on there instead. It looks like we've actually got something that would work well as a ladder coming off of that. So, down to utility. Is it one of these or one of the longer ones? I think that's the wrong direction. I'm not sure. But once I get it upright, I can always flip it a lot easier. You, extend ladder. Yes, that's exactly the wrong way. Yeah, I heard, actually. Thank you for that notification. Yes, sir. Go away. I think the Teleus... Is it Teleus Mobility? No, it's the Callus. This guy, I think he's gonna look better. Yeah, he'll also throw out some light. Will help a bit. A little bit too long, but you know, we accept our lots in life. I think you're pretty much dead centered in the original image, so we'll do like that. No. Yeah, wow, the greebling's coming together nicely all of a sudden. Some kind of weird little box off to the side of that. I mean, we've got another circle. It ends in another little circle. And, man, if this xenon container doesn't work real well for that. What's the Starshot stuff look like? Yeah, it looks cool. So these are fireworks? Is what we're looking at there? Holy crap. So we could do some fireworks. It would completely, like, rip us off to one side to actually fire them. Is there a firework shots, like... I presume I will decrease my mass by unloading them. Yeah. We'll leave them in there for now. And then... say I've got like that. And maybe we... rotate you so that your warning is upright. That's not bad. And then to the left of that is a little boxy kind of a thing. Yeah, we've been pushed off of where that would all happen in reference to this. Could pull it all back to the right, and I don't think that would be a bad idea. It does look like it's all kind of a bit off in the to start with. Oh god, I did snapping though. Well, what are you gonna do? I don't know. I'm lost. I'm lost now. Yeah, we're just gonna leave the snap as it was, but I'm gonna turn it off for the rest of the stuff. Pull you over here. Nope, you're gonna have to move to a different piece, which is that one. And then you as well. And over to somewhere like that. And then again, embed. I think it's a little bit closer to what we'd be looking for. You know, if this were up higher and we've got room for it, then maybe I could slide the ladder under it. So I pull you up to the point where you're just touching, which is definitely there. And then you slide under it. And go down a little bit more. Yes, sir. And that gives me more space. I have to move you again and re-embed you, son of a bitch. But it gives me more space to move you down. Get rid of that warning tape. Nice. And then that leaves us in a better location so that this lines up more like it was supposed to. Ooh, I'm seeing more little dots here. So I'm going to grab these. And just look at that again. And it's kind of like here. Why are you rolling around? Or am I just... It's a visual... It's an optical illusion, my friend. Okay. There. 2 of them or 3 of them? It looks like it's just 2, but I think I'm going to put in 3. Because I think it'll fill the space a little bit better. Yuck. 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 Well, if I just move you up... Well, that sucks, doesn't it? Yeah, that sucks. Alright, just 2 of them is what I was saying. I think there's just 2 of them there, and I think I'll just have 2 of them then, because it looks like there's just 2 of them, is what I was on about. And then up here, there was a little, like, colorful little looking box there, which would probably be a good seismic accelerometer or something. Yeah, are we? Oh, geez, thanks for letting me know. Yep, loving it. So a little bit further out from that. Although, you know what I'm looking at right now is that this is a lovely part, but maybe this goes over here because this fits way more what's actually going on the original model there with like something that indents and comes out the other way. Also, really? Because, yeah, no, I want the side that doesn't have the checker board. We're not going to rallies over here. Thank you. We're going to space. Like that. And in you go until there. And then back to absolute. Nope. I hid snapping. And so then you be the guy who comes over here at the end of that. Maybe I will inline you. You look, it's the size isn't quite right, is the main thing. Re-embed. Flip those 2 around. And then, yeah. We're getting that nice raised thing. 564. That's a great number. I've long been a fan of that. What the hell? And we managed to do the raised thing with that guy. He could be a little bit less raised, I think. Would improve that. So a little bit more, yeah, just a touch above. Oh yeah, that's way better. And there's some weird carved out boxy stuff. I don't know how we'd replicate anything like that. There's a little colorful, you know, it might even have been blue before they painted over it kind of a thing down here, or maybe it's just the light shining off of it, but a little boxy deal that might be good for another, yeah, another little device like this. And that was just to the right of the, it's between the 2 small ones and the 4 big ones, which they're really the same size, but for texture's sake and whatnot. So I guess it would go right up here. As we've done this, which is not really following, it's not an agreement. You know what, maybe then stand you off a touch to that side. And maybe you just want to redo this so it makes a little bit more sense, because there's a good gap between the 2 of them, but there's that, and then it kind of carries along in the same row. No, I'll roll with it for now. By the way, Gravioli, are you on there? Yeah, you look like you're on there. I'll roll with that. And then yeah, that bookie stuff. Oh, we've got more of the balls and just 2 of them, so I might go back to the big ones for this, and they're pretty much right there at the edge of the left ball shape. Yeah, very nice. Fits right in. Another little laddery looking majigger there. That is pretty much the same as that one. To use the same thing twice, and then it's kind of too long. I mean, it's not use the same thing twice, but it's kind of too long. So we might go ahead and use the Kellis for this space. Or wait, yeah. You over, get upright, extend the ladder, find out how to put it on wrong direction, flip it, put it on. And this is good because these are parts that extend across kind of our junction points.
Adjustment.
Okay.
Sir, I've been reading the tea leaves again and I think we should adjust our buy-in price.
So did you sell out over the live stream break while I was away? Because I thought we were in.
$4,158.25.
Just a moment.
Buy-in price updated.
Yes, you did. And at a nice big loss. Cool. Cool. Thank you for that. Thank you. Loving it. And what was that buy mode adjustment? Because I was looking at what the hell you were doing instead of listening to you. I taught you to talk. You've done nothing but annoy me. And it's 41.58. Which, just hang on. I'm checking my stocks. It's crypto. Yeah, that kind of sucks that you would buy in there because we were already in there previously. But, you know. Statistical analyses have resulted in me losing a bunch of money. So, good. Yep. Keep it up. Wait a second. What? We could change the color of all this stuff? We can make it... Yeah. Okay, but it was the texture. We've looked at that before, I remember. So, yeah, a little bit of... No, now I've got all the things wrong. Go back to the... Stonks be crazy. They do be that, though. So, pull you up just a little bit. Okay, maybe not, because you don't like that. What if I... Wow, I've never... Oh, I'm opening extra things. I've never clicked right-click, middle-clicked, rather, on links to know that that's how that works. You? No. Okay, I'm breaking you, Google. I've broken Google. And then we got that little ladder there, and now we've got a little ladder there. This, you know, pipe would continue on, but we just kind of had to pick a spot for it. Can I bring you down further? Can. Yeah, I don't love that that's like just, you know, crowding out the other one. But it is. Well, you said you didn't like this anyway. So maybe move everything down a little bit. Bring you this way, and I bring you to the edge of there. Bring you to the edge of here. What's the spacing on those? They're pretty close, but maybe a little bit more gap between them. Maybe you roll this one a little bit further to the right. Pull this back so that it's more at the same gap. Is that right? No, it's a little bit stood out, and it might even be a little bit up. Ooh, which I can pull in that direction. Okay. But you being right there, up its ass. Maybe if I went down to here the whole way. And maybe we end up replacing these lines eventually. Or maybe I pull you all the way down. Well, you won't go because you're actually attached to the other one. Son of a basket. I'm gonna grab it off and see if I can't put it over here and get it more or less where it was before. Wow, that worked out. That put a nice good line in that's still where it's supposed to be. We bring that right up to the edge there. In fact, right up to the edge there. Don't hurt me any. Unless it does in the long run, because these objects won't. The thing is with this, it's a vectoring system. So, let me explain something that nobody gives a crap about. With the fuel lines and the struts, they do not store where it begins and where it ends in memory. What they store is where it begins and the vector at which it leaves. So if it impacts anything along the way, then it counts that as its new end. So it's a vector that just draws out to a line, and then when it hits something, it says, okay, that's where I'm going to snap to, which means when you do subtle tweaking like I just did on that, it's entirely possible that when it's loaded into the next scene, a new scene, it's reloaded from memory, they won't actually attach where they used to attach because there is no stored point for where that ends, only that it's off at a certain angle that eventually impacts there. And the math is not perfect on any of that stuff. So here you go, an explanation nobody wanted. You're welcome. So we'll save this. Interesting, I did not know that. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I've been in the code or anything, but having dealt with them and been angry about them many a time before, that is the only thing that makes sense to me. That's gotta be how it is. Alright, what else have we got here? Like, I gotta address that weirdness that's going on in there. And it might be a good call for... I was thinking more of these things, but we've already got one that's right there. And they don't come in other colors or anything. Elevons at weird... given angles. That seems like a stretch. Yeah. That seems like a big stretch. Don't do that. Oh, are we out of space? Oh, thank you for letting me know. I would have hated it if I wasn't bothered by that constantly. Yeah. We do have just wing connectors, but the wings are they're very white. They're very, very white. Oh, Mr. Bags. Oh, Mr. Bags. Yeah. I got my cat over here to the left. Ooh. Interesting rectangular-ish things. I mean, it's very colorful, though, is the thing, that yellow, and it's not the right size anyway. There are just straight-up structural panels that we're not using. Well, probably because they look incredibly like what they'd attach to, but we can change the color, and these are different, I think, ever so slightly. Wow, the number of balls increase. Whenever the balls are visible, we got problems. I'm just gonna stand you up like that because I can't quite figure out what the hell you want from me. Right, and then we've got different colors. We can go to a gray, we can go to a... ooh. Yeah, that's not at all what that's supposed to be. We can go to a yellow. If we go to the darker one... it actually looks like a vent. Just the air conditioning dumps into space there if you need it. A wise Zenmon once told me fuel lines are but a starting point on a vector. And a vector. That's not awful. It's not great either. It actually makes me think, like, this thing up here, which I'm very happy with that, you know, because it's so much texture kind of thing. I mean, we don't see it now, but we can put some lights on it and it will extend it. But that continuing pattern there would look pretty damn good. You know, this would make a good substitute for that. I don't know if I'm gonna fall in love with that anytime soon. Yeah, that's... yep. So take you back off, turn the snapping off, and try and line you up. And then... pull you down. Definitely not. No. Not here, not that. What about these experiments and things like that. I mean, can they be just attached radially? These objects? That's going to be a no. That's going to be a no for that. And back in here, Illuminator Mark II. You see how it's got like some embedding to it? It's not big enough. But I love it. I love it for something else somewhere else. Just looking around to see if there's something else somewhere else that I would use it on immediately. And the answer is not right now, no. Should also use some of these dome lights in place of like some of... Oh, I'm getting tired. That would come in eventually. And then light strips. Yeah, like we said. Light strips will be very useful. Like I could see underneath here would be a light strip in the model. What? Okay, that. And then where? Yeah, it is leaned off to this side. Light strip in there. Yeah. See that? Is that the one I was looking at? No, it was under here. There's a V right there. And there actually is one under those too, but we've got them too close down there. I don't think we need to worry about that. Okay, yep. Everybody just attack me all at once. And that's you selling out and losing money?
Opening new position.
No, that's you buying in. Right, we
Opening
weren't
new
in.
position.
I forgot. Cool. Yep.
Sir,
we're getting close to the end of this live
market has
stream.
reached our buy-in threshold.
Has it?
I've just placed an order on your behalf at $4,158.08.
Cool.
And I'm entering a temporary stop loss to hold us over until the next candle turn.
Boy, oh, love
I'll
that.
let you know when that turn comes.
Good.
Good luck, good luck.
Yeah, you too.
Entering hold mode.
Yeah, we're getting to like some flat, squarey bits. Like now I'm looking over here and saying that's pretty distinct right there, and it just carries on our line to this guy. It's like 3-panel kind of thing. This is the future, and AI spending your money. Yeah, losing it. Yeah, specifically losing it. I keep designing her. Yeah, actually, it ain't unbelievable. Fuel cells. Yeah, no, I think maybe like that. So it's right next to that little yellow thing, but there is a gap. And it's like this. And then that would represent those three. And then there's again like a place where you'd do some greebling. Ooh, I might use... Oof, that's right there. And then to use it again right there. And then I got that used there. And I got you guys over here. You know I'm hating these? Is anybody else feeling that they hate these? Because I hate these. Not digging how it's like from a different angle, it just doesn't look right. And we've got I think I'll do light bars over here, see how that looks. A little bit longer than the light bars. Maybe not. So, and then how far are we from those balls? Not far at all. Right there. It's not bad. It starts to like spread them around, make them more of a common sight. Now I'm seeing this here, which I don't know exactly what that is if we looked at it from another angle. It is some kind of textured, curved thing that I'm seeing. And these are like reverse images of one another. So either it's the same on both sides or something, something, etc. and so forth. And your mama. Yeah, that's exactly a reverse image of this. Mm-hmm. Meow. Or this is a reverse image of that. Who's to say? What was I looking at? You were doing that, and then you were going to be like, well, we should put something, something, and something, and something. I don't know, if one of those were that, and then if this one went up to the position above here. And do like so, and then this becomes like the other one of those. Yeah, I don't like how close they are. Like the light bars kind of work. Maybe I replace it all with the light bars because they're so nothing that they don't really impact the design one way or the other, I'd say. A little extra texture, and you see them kind of everywhere, and I don't know. But I'm thinking down here, the other side of this should actually be like this side of things. Another one of these, maybe. Which then, again, needs a little embedding. And I don't mind having the... Well, but if you do the fuel lines there, they will not penetrate it. Yup, heard. So then you'd have to stand it that far up to clear the line of the fuel. Maybe like that might do it. And then what does that leave us? It's a little extra, is what I'd say. And it's that same model being used again. It's very... stands out. Steps up, stands out. Makes an issue of itself, that sort of a thing. What about an isotope? You know, an electric generation, it should be in here. That. Yeah. So again, it would be... Well, if I just stand you up there, I can curl you down easy enough. Or I can't. This is another thing that maybe I can, maybe no. And then is this the center line? No, it's not. Good. Again, can't be blocking that fuel line. The question is there a place where, like, at a certain point, it's just like all comes together all at once, and we're like, oh yeah? Or is it just going to end up looking like I slapped a bunch of weird shit on the side of it? One time a Zen monk practiced his whole life on walking over the river along his house. At one point he achieved this glorious ability, and with a moon cycle, lo and behold, Buddha himself was promised to travel the road alongside the river, right beside his house. And so the monk waited for his master to come into view, and once he was, he told his learnings. The story going somewhere? It's going to the place where, oh great master, after tenacious meditation, I finally mastered the act of walking over water. Yes, I'm pretty sure I know where this story is going. Keep going though, I want to hear it. I'm not gonna give away the ending or nothing. What if I ripped off that nose cone and finished this off with one of these? See how it's kind of it's a bit different? I think it looked better the other way, Pawn. Me too. I would love to just Control Z twice, but we'll be here for the next 30 seconds waiting for that to actually happen. So maybe it happens faster if I just do that, yeah. And Buddha answered, yeah, but the ferry cost 2 cents. Yeah, yeah. It was something like that. It wasn't exactly that in my end, but it was going to be something like that. But, what are you doing? Wasting your time with all these magic tricks and whatnot. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can do it, you know, or you could have, like, you could have made it so you could, you know, hit the long ball, like 300 yards on the golf course. Like, it's another little skill you could have picked up that doesn't get you any closer to any kind of awakening or realization what the nature of your existence is. So, you know, congratulations on whatever the fuck it is you think you were doing. There's just kind of generic shit going on over there, which sucks because I gotta fill it in with something at some point. That's a very unique thing. Nothing's coming to me immediately. In terms of what would be what, or how it would what when it watted. I don't want to move on to this part, but I've just seen like this. It's a heavier component to use just for a certain effect, but I feel like I'm obliged to look at it. It would be something like that, and then you're coming off of that side, and then I'm looking at you and seeing that it would be from that side, which this is a reverse angle image of what we've built. Which would mean this would come off in the other direction, so you'd be like that. And then flat. Heavy, and it takes a lot of space on the interior, and there's a lot of reasons why I don't like the idea, but man, if it doesn't look like it would fit. Oh shoot, we're low on disk space. But you see this, and then these rails that come off and have some stuff going on. Damn it. Damn it, Bobby. Damn it, damn it, Bobby. Damn. It's not, it looks right, but it is very heavy. 0.125 tons for nothing that is actually structural for our purposes. We got I-beams that we could slap on there as well if we didn't care about the weight. But it is useful for places without ferries. I think the Navy SEALs would appreciate that. Yes, that's it's a skill. It's not like it doesn't have any use. It's just like, you know, it's an equal activity as are all activities, equal unto one another. Can you practice no activity? Okay, okay, Pawn. Stop it with your Buddha Zen Buddha monk mind thing, Yoda man. Yoda man, Pawn. Yoda man. This was put there, and it's cool. No, though. In the long. What about no? Oh wow, that's a biggie. Do we have a biggie? Do we have a biggie? A big circle? Big. I mean, there is the one that I put that there, and then you put here. It's, I don't need the Chevy logo or whatever the hell that is. What if it were upside down, though? Then it's just flat and stupid. Right, flat and stupid. Yes, that is... Oh, God, I've ripped everything. Oh, shit, and I've just Control-Z'd. Uh-huh. You? But where went the Exxon? That was there before the other. Where'd you go? Did I push you inside somehow? What? But... I gotta Control-Z a couple of times. He's up. Hon Sensei, when I practice no activity, my mind wanders. That's okay. No. That's valid. That's, I was gonna. You're doing it wrong. It's because the mind activity. That's right. That's why you're practicing, so that it won't wander. But that's funny. That's really funny to me because it's so like dead on. I know I have not my thoughts because I can be without them. Those are lovely moments, aren't they? The other day I stood outside on the porch and the snow was falling, and I was thinking about the kind of things that led to the piece that I read you earlier that I'm going to be sending to my senior student. And I found myself looking at a single like piece of snow, just a single flake of snow that was falling, and just honing in on it and watching it fall, and pondering the idea that from the beginning of time, that flake of snow was always going to fall right there. It was destined to fall exactly there. There's not a mote of anything that is out of place in the universe, because everything is connected to everything else, and so it has to be as it is in any place. And I was just watching it, and I just, you know, with that kind of zeitgeist, that kind of cloud around me, because I don't know that I was really thinking it, but it was just an awareness of that single flake was always going to strike the ground right there, and I was always going to be watching it when it did. And then my eyes widened, and I saw the depth of the layers of every single flake of snow falling, all these individuals moving in a harmony and a unison, all heading to exactly where they were always fated and destined to be, and my mind became silent. Those are some really nice times, some really nice activities. I consider myself to be my thoughts, but in a shell that can work without me while I sleep. It's more like a horse you're riding. Can you tell what your next thought will be? That is GG Paw. Yeah, yeah. Those are really nice moments. And you can make all moments that way if you simply enlighten and ascend and remember to delete things out of the M drive before you start the live streams. Otherwise, you're just going to be pestered and constantly annoyed by everything. So, you know, don't fuck it up. These little tubes, little holes. I think we got to call this. I think we've been here for 4 hours, almost 4:20. We're a little bit too late. I'd have to end the live stream in 15 seconds. We'd be dead on 4:20. But I think we got to wrap this up for the day and say that we've done some good work. Shouldn't take long to, like, finish greebling out some of these areas. You know, I got to figure something out for there. Got to fill that in. Texture up this middle bit. I see a bunch of little things, and we can just, yeah. But then this whole chunk will be a thing, and then the balls themselves, which, oof, it's a lot. What's our part count so far? 1,186. From where we started, probably not that many, really, when you get down to it, but I'm pretty happy with everything here. I am going to veto this for now. Maybe we'll come back to it, but for now I'm vetoing that. I may replace that in the next live stream, that kind of a thing. We'll come back to it, and now that we've, you know, the first entire part of the stream was just putting this thing in place for an hour. And then it took me a while to get going, but we've got those parts there. It's a long haul, and it's just a good opportunity on Sundays exclusively, because we're going to be back Tuesday and Thursday where we're doing career mode, but on Sundays exclusively, it's a good opportunity to just sit here and slowly and carefully do something and give it our full attention as though it matters, knowing full well that it does not, as does nothing, or in other words, as does everything, for it is all equal. There is no activity that is greater than any other activity. I like imagining the bean farmer and their family whenever I drink coffee, seeing the factory workers assembling the mouse I use, the complexity of the world, the word sonder, the wonder of the stuff. Ego in a shell. What is ego in a shell? I consider myself to be my thoughts, but in a shell that can work without me while I sleep. I spent most of my life, you know, what led me to a Zen center, and to pursuing Christianity before that, and just looking for something, was that I spent most of my life identifying by my mind, by my thoughts, by my ideas. I was, I'm not like trying to, but you know, I was smart. I was very smart, and yet as I, came into my early 20s, late teens, as I'd exited high school, and I went to college for a year and a half and said, this is boring or not. It was the circumstances that were like, it feels like a waste of time. There's too much that's going into it. But I always identified as my mind, and because specifically I hadn't done anything, I wasn't, I was so smart and yet hadn't like used it to make the money or do the this or that or the other thing. And it was just there. It was just mind. And, I considered myself smart anyway. And so that was my valuation of myself, is that I haven't used any of it, but my mind is it's what I have to offer, to just be out there and ready to answer questions if I know the answer or something. It was just the idea of being well-read or whatever. And it was just incredibly egocentric and all that kind of a thing. But it was all I had as far as I knew. That I was my thoughts and I was my mind.
Hold mode entered.
And I had no value.
Just a quick update, sir.
Beyond it.
We've closed the first candle of our new position, and I've now set our true stop loss at $4,124.95.
And we're about to...
I will continue to keep you apprised.
To lose that.
Stop loss price updated.
Like $10 above there, if that. Good. Excellent. Dirt Racer, subscribing. Second month on a 2-month streak. Here you go, Paul, and here's my money. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. But yeah, I identified as my mind because it was the only thing that I could see that was of value. I hadn't done anything. I wasn't using the advantages that I had or so just trying to find purpose, trying to feel like there was a meaning to who I was and how I'd grown and how I'd developed. And the only purpose and meaning that I had so far, because I hadn't done anything with all of the gifts, recognizing that your position is better off than someone else's, even though I never had money or anything like that. But, like recognizing that your privileges kind of a thing. And I'd done nothing with them, so I identified as my mind and my ideas and my thoughts, and spent 10 years not being able to like resolve that with reality, which is what led me, to seek greater wisdoms than I had. In Christianity and then in Zen Buddhism. And when I checked into the Zen Buddhist monastery, I never showed my intelligence there. I had already begun without knowing Buddhism or Zen or anything. I'd already become just like practicing getting away from that and trying to find out like what else there is to life than this intellect that, I sit in the corner and watch as other people dance and sing along to these stupid songs on the radio, Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera, and they're all getting in a line and dance to the left, to the left. These people, but I shall observe them and try to understand from the exterior. And I started to practice, stop being that asshole, and get down there and talk to people, meet people, get out on the dance floor and find out what it is, and found out, yeah, it's fun to do to the left, to the left, to the right, and you're meeting people and you're talking, and I'm like, oh, yeah, this is enjoyable. That's why people do this, because it's fun. If you just get the stick out of your ass and leave your ideas of who you are behind and you just walk in. So I'd already started practicing that kind of thing. When I walked in the Zen Center, I don't feel that anybody ever had told me, like, leave your intellect at the door, but I did, and I shut that shit down. That ego and that mind and that know-it-all bullshit and that I'm the smartest person in the room asshole mentality, which, like I'm saying, I'm not patting myself on the back. I don't think I was the smartest person in the room. I'm saying I know that I thought I was the smartest person in the room. So I turned all that off, and what I got to experience at the Zen Center was living without that. I surrounded myself with people who didn't know me in a practice where that kind of thing wouldn't have been good anyway. I would have been chastised for it. Like, we're not doing that here. We're here to, follow a regimented practice and let the schedule be the guide. And we don't need you philosophizing. Sit on the fucking mat, shut up, stop thinking, and breathe. That's what we need from you. So I got to live for 3 years, you know, and find out just how deep that, like, mind identity had fucked me over. That living that life and believing myself simply my mind and that was my only thing to offer meant that whenever someone asked a question, if I knew the answer to, or just thought that I probably knew the answer to, because I understand some things that are like that, and I don't understand that exactly, but this is probably right. Oh, God. I couldn't not answer that question, or else I wasn't allowing... I was not worth anything, right? If all I have is mind, and then someone asks a question, and I think I know the answer to it, then I gotta share my... gotta tell you. Gotta help you. Because then I've got purpose, where otherwise I don't. And I'm just my mind. And at the Zen Center, I got to experience things like, you know, being surrounded by 2 or 3 other people and actually being asked directly by my Zen master, what do you think, Risham, about, like, you know, there's with the, what's the wrong matter with the car here, you know, what do you think? What would we do? And knowing the answer and saying, I don't know. And then going on. It became a part of my practice that nobody told me to practice, but I needed to, like, experience what it was like to disconnect from that idea that because I think I know, I have to say. Because I do know, I must share, or else I have no value or worth. And that's not true. And I lived 3 years without that bullshit and found out what my actual worth was, or what my actual nature was, and that worth is not worth anything, really. The purpose is not about I, it's about meaning. I don't know. I feel like the search for purpose is a part of the problem for most of us. Looking for meaning, looking for purpose, trying to put it all together, trying to make sense of it, sentience, trying to explain itself and why we are as we are, when we are, where we are, without accepting that we are here and this is it. And there is a nature to things, and to understand it would be one thing if it were possible. To experience it would be a completely different thing. To have the wisdom of having actually been what it is, what you are, without the filter of the mind and the ego and the eyes and the judging and the discriminating and the tearing everything apart and putting it into a box and saying, you know, these are the edges of that and these are the edges of that, but just to simply be and see the snowflakes falling and emptiness. Just to be there as it is. Neither overjoyed nor sad, just to be there and see yourself observing yourself. We are the, what does Bill Hicks say? We are the imaginations of ourselves observing ourselves subjectively. Something along those lines. So the Satellite of Love is going well. It's coming together. We got some greebling done. It's slow work, the way that I do it anyway. But 4.5 hours in, I'm going to call it a live stream. For I am the Ronin Ball. And I really enjoyed this. I hope we can do this, again next Sunday. See, I'm already inventing futures, as though there's a future self. You know? There's a past self, I imagine. There's a future self that I imagine. I enjoyed this live stream. I enjoyed talking to you guys about Christianity and sharing some Zen stuff and bouncing off, you guys in chat. And I had a lot of fun doing that. So now I want next Sunday to be as good as this one, which means that now I have an expectation and a discriminating mind and an idea of what it could be and what I want it to be, which means now if it doesn't live up to that, then I'll experience some level of sadness. Oh my God, am I the cause of my own pain? Pawn out!